Hello, hello, and welcome in! Welcome in for a super cozy Codex reading stream. That's right, today is a little bit of a different Mass Effect stream for me today. We're going to be reading through the Codex together, listening to the parts that are voiced, reading the parts that aren't, and I'm joined with my family's pupper, Gemma, who's on my shoulder right now. She's such a baby. Hi, Yildirim. Hi, Treasure Corian. Hi, Zartrin. Over on YouTube. Hello. And all the Twitch fam. Thanks for saying hi to our YouTube crew. Thanks so much for being here. We're going to go ahead and load up Mass Effect. I have some Mass Effect ambient music going, and we're just going to enjoy the vibes together. Enjoy the vibes and hear all the lore. I am a lore. So I just love lore. I just love lore. And I'm so excited to learn more about the universe for the very first time. I've not looked at the Codex at all. We'll be reading the Mass Effect 1 Codex. Depending on how many new things are added, I might one day do a stream for Mass Effect 2 Codex. We'll see, though. We'll see. There might be some doubled music for a moment while I load up the game. We'll get it sorted. We're going to be loading back the previous save of Mass Effect 1 to read the Codex. Hi, Maiko! Hello. I'll share the screen when I got it all going. John, would you mind reposting your message with the correction if you wouldn't mind? I'd love for all of chat to see it, to see your message, but we don't want to allow that word. Did I skip Mass Effect 1? Oh, no, not at all. I played through all of Mass Effect 1. We're just going back to Mass Effect 1 today to read the Codex. I never read the Mass Effect 1 Codex. So we're gonna start there with reading lore together. Oh god, it's this part, y'all. You can't even see right now, hold on. Oh my god, the stress of Saren. The heckin' stress of Saren right now. Attacking. The finale music! Ah! Oh my god. I think I know what one to load back to anyway. Bam, bam, bam. Thanks for waiting on me. Just things take a little bit more time with the lovely Gemma with me. Okay. Loading back a save. I don't really know where we want to go. Wherever I can access the Codex, where it's not this music. I guess I can access the Codex here. I can access it here. Okay. Oh, the music! All the way down. Yay, we have lo-fi today. Oh, I always do, Maroon. I appreciate you. I always do take care of myself. Really? The music changes for the Codex? So I put on a playlist anyway. Let's go, John. Let's go. And thanks for lurking, Maroon. Okay. So, we're going to start with primary information. Look at all this that we have to explore. Aliens. Let's learn about the Asari.
It was the Asari who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council to maintain peace throughout the galaxy. Since then, the Asari have served as
How's the audio?
and centrists of the council.
Too quiet? Yeah, it's too quiet for me too. Appreciate you letting me know. Let's sort it. Let's sort it here. Dialogue volume all the way. Oh, shit! Oh my god. Or could it be sound effects, I wonder? Oh! Oh my god. I can't, wait. I can't do that. The mission music doesn't go away when I'm in the Codex. Nah, I can't do that. Oh my gosh. Alrighty. Let's learn about Asari. Reload from a quiet spot? I mean, I think this will be good. Oh. It is. Yeah, we do have to go to a quiet spot. Hey, where can I reload in Mass Effect 1 that has like very little background sound? Because it is in fact sound effects that is the voices for the Codex. The alarms are somehow soothing. I can't do it. Normandy. Good call. Good call. Abandon all unsaved progress. This will be fine because I've already started Mass Effect 2, I'm guessing. Ooh. I don't mind hearing Liara's little beep 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 beep. That'll be good. Guinness, good to see you and welcome in. Welcome in. Is that Gemma getting a hug? Exactly. Exactly, Helix. She's so adorable. Hi, Dark Sword. Hello. Hello. The further back I go, the less of the Codex I'll probably have. Yeah, so this is in the Normandy, like right before we take off for the main mission, I think. So we should be good here. Gilby! Gilby, you wonderful individual. How are you doing, you swiveler? I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite stream on the Citadel. Can y'all hear my relaxing ambient Mass Effect music? Let me know if it's ever too loud. And thank you again for bearing with all my... You can now. Thanks for bearing with all my volume mixing and everything. I just went live today. Been really busy planning the Valentine's weekend event we're having. Smeggy, thanks for being here. That'd be super cool. Good. I want quiet music. That's good.
The Asari were the first species to discover
How's the
Citadel.
volume now?
When the
It's a lot louder.
arrived, it was the Asari who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council to maintain peace throughout the galaxy. Since then, the Asari have served as the mediators and centrists of the Council. An all-female race, the Asari reproduce through a form of parthenogenesis. They can attune their nervous system to that of another individual of any gender and of any species to reproduce. This capability has led to the unseemly and inaccurate rumors about Asari promiscuity. Asari can live for over 1,000 years, passing through 3 stages of life. In the maiden stage, they wander restlessly, seeking new knowledge and experience. When the matron stage begins, they meld with interesting partners to produce their offspring. This ends when they reach the matriarch stage, where they assume the roles of leaders and counselors.
I love the Asari. I love them. Okay, I hear you. What? Chat says what? Let's go to 69. 69. Okay, time to hear about the Solarians.
The second species to join the Citadel, the Solarians are warm-blooded amphibians with a hyperactive metabolism. Solarians think fast, talk fast, and move fast. To Solarians, other species seem sluggish and dull-witted. Unfortunately, their metabolic speed leaves them with a relatively short lifespan. Solarians over the age of 40 are a rarity. The Solarians were responsible for advancing the development of the primitive Krogan species to use as soldiers during the Rachni Wars. They were also behind the creation of the genophage bioweapon the Turians used to quell the Krogan rebellion several centuries later. Solarians are known for their observational capability and non-linear thinking. This manifests as an aptitude for research and espionage. They are constantly experimenting and inventing, and it is generally accepted that they always know more than they are letting on.
Interesting. Thanks so much, Sartrin. Really appreciate you. Hi, Better Metal Snake. Hello, hello, hello. We are investigating all of the Mass Effect lore today. We're going to listen to all the voiced Codex entries, and then I'm going to read all the rest. That is stream today. Welcome in, get cozy, get a snack, get a beverage. enjoy the dialogue.
Roughly 1,200 years ago, the Turians were invited to join the Citadel Council to fulfill the role
I'm excited to
of
hear about
galactic
this.
peacekeepers. The Turians have the largest
Peacekeepers.
fleet in Citadel space, and they make up the single largest portion of the Council's military forces. As their territory and influence has spread, the Turians have come to rely on the Solarians for military intelligence and the Asari for diplomacy. Despite a somewhat colonial attitude towards the rest of the galaxy, the ruling hierarchy understands they would lose more than they would gain if the other two races were ever removed.
Jeez.
Turians come from an autocratic society that values discipline and possesses a strong sense of personal and collective honor. There is lingering animosity between Turians and humans over the First Contact War of 2157, which is known as the Relay 314 incident to the Turians. Officially, however, the two species are allies, and they enjoy civil, if cool, diplomatic relations.
Cool. I love this so far. Thank you for following, Metal Snake. Thanks so much. Very warm welcome into the channel, and thanks for joining the Mercs. Magnets, hello. Hello, Magnets. This part's nice because I can listen in, and I'm standing up so I can do whatever. I can distract you while we hear the lore.
50,000 years ago, the Protheans were the only spacefaring species in the galaxy. They vanished in a swift galactic extinction. Only the legacy of their empire remains. They are believed to have built the mass relays and the Citadel, which have allowed numerous species to explore and expand throughout the galaxy. Prothean ruins are found on worlds across the galaxy. While surprisingly intact for their age, functioning examples of Prothean paleotechnology are rare. Time and generations of looters have picked their dead cities and derelict stations clean. Some believe the Protheans meddled in the evolution of younger races. The Hanar homeworld of Kajay, for example, shows clear evidence of former Prothean occupation. The presence of a former Prothean observation post on Mars has caused a rebirth of interventionary evolutionists among humans. These individuals believe the god myths of ancient civilizations are misremembered encounters with aliens.
So cool. I can't wait to discover more about the Protheans as I play more Mass Effect. For the humans, the First Contact War was the biggest event in their history. For the Turians, it was Tuesday. Wow. Sounds good, Borealis. Gonna keep me on in the background while you make supper. Borealis, cutting up things and mixing things and sauteing things and making dinner. Borealis making dinner. Borealis making dinner. I made a song for you.
Though now extinct, the Rachni once threatened every species in Citadel space. Over 2,000 years ago, explorers foolishly opened a mass relay to a previously unknown system and encountered something never seen before or since, a species of spacefaring insects guided by a hive mind intelligence. Unfortunately, the Rachni were not peaceful, and the galaxy was plunged into a series of conflicts known as the Rachni Wars. Attempts to negotiate were futile, as it was impossible to make contact with the hive queens that guided the race from beneath the surface of their toxic home world. The emergence of the Krogan ended the Rachni Wars. Bred to survive the harshest environments, the Krogan were able to strike at the queens in their lairs and reclaim conquered council worlds. But when Krogan fleets pressed them back to their homeworld, the Rachni refused to surrender, and the Krogan eradicated them from the galaxy.
The Rachni are so cool, though. When I got to meet the Rachni Queen, she said that they communicated through music and song, and I thought that was so beautiful. I thought they were so cool. Like, this is... okay, I'm gonna say too much. I'll just say you don't want to miss my Valentine's event, and you don't want to miss the section if we unlock the Hear Me Out cake goal. Okay, done.
In the early 2160s, the Alliance began aggressive colonization of worlds in the Skyllian Verge, much to the dismay of the Batarians, who had been developing the region for several decades. In 2171, the Batarians petitioned the Council to declare the Verge a zone of Batarian interest. The Council refused, however, declaring unsettled worlds in the region open to human colonization. In protest, the Batarians closed their Citadel embassy and severed official diplomatic relations with the Council, effectively becoming a rogue state. They instigated a proxy war in the Verge by funneling money and weapons to criminal organizations, urging them to strike at human colonies. Hostilities peaked with the Skillian Blitz of 2176, an attack on the human capital of Elysium by Batarian-funded pirates and slavers. In 2178, the Alliance retaliated with a crushing assault on the moon of Torfin, long used as a staging base by Batarian-backed criminals. In the aftermath, the Batarians retreated into their own systems and are now rarely seen in Citadel space.
Oh my gosh. I've seen some more Batarians in Mass Effect 2, and they have not been very nice.
The Elcor are a Citadel species native to the high-gravity world Dakuna. They are massive creatures, standing on 4 muscular legs for increased stability. Elcor move slowly, an evolved response to an environment where a fall can be lethal. This has colored their psychology, making them deliberate and conservative. Elcor's speech is ponderous and monotone. Among themselves, scent, slight movements, and subvocalized infrasound convey shades of meaning that make a human smile seem as subtle as a fireworks display. Since their subtlety can lead to misunderstandings with other species, the Elcor often go out of their way to clarify when they are being sarcastic, amused, or angry. Dakuna's high gravity impedes mountain formation. Most of the world consists of flat, open plains, which prehistoric Elcor wandered across in small family bands. Modern Elcor still prefer open sky and can become restless and uncomfortable on long starship journeys.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome in. We're learning all the lore today. I find it so cool that I get to hear the evolutionary reasoning behind why the different races are the way that they are. I think it's so cool that the Elcor, they're on all fours and they got super muscular and big bodies because of the high gravity.
The Geth are a humanoid race of networked
Me too,
AIs. They were created by the Quarians 300 years ago as tools of labor and war. When the Geth showed signs of self-evolution, the Quarians attempted to exterminate them. The Geth won the resulting war. This example has led to legal, systematic repression of artificial intelligences in galactic society. The Geth possess a unique distributed intelligence. An individual has rudimentary animal instincts, but as their numbers and proximity increase, the apparent intelligence of each individual improves. In groups, they can reason, analyze situations, and use tactics, as well as any organic race. Geth space is located at the trailing end of the Perseus Arm, beyond the lawless Terminus systems. The Perseus Veil, an obscuring dark nebula of opaque gas and dust, lies between their space and the Terminus systems.
Super cool. And also stinky. I do not like the Geth. Hi, Mikey. Hello, hello, Mikey. You love Elcors. Me too. Welcome in, Mikey. So good to see you again. You always loved breaking out the Codex collections on road trips when you need a break from music. It's a fun distraction while you're driving. That sounds so awesome. It's like an audiobook of all the lore of your favorite video game. Geth had such a great design and art direction. I could not agree more. Hi, Papercut. Hello. Welcome, welcome in. It's really nice to meet you. How's your day today? It is my first playthrough of Mass Effect, and we are returning to Mass Effect 1 that I recently beat. And we're listening to all of the lore of the Mass Effect universe for the very first time. I don't know if you are familiar with Mass Effect, but it's been a phenomenal series. I'm on the second one right now. We had a channel point challenge to do just entirely a Codex reading stream. These parts are voiced, and then I'm going to do a read aloud of all the other ones. Really nice to have you. You're browsing random streams. Well, thank you so much for deciding to click on mine. Welcome in. You got Mass Effect from a friend that's a hardcore fan. on! Let's go! I am becoming a hardcore fan. I even wear these spacesuits every stream. So I freaking love Mass Effect so much. I love it so much. I even designed a Mass Effect puzzle for my last celebration and been such a great playthrough. Oh my gosh. What kinds of things do you like to do, Papercut? And Lupus! Hello, Lupus! I hope you're doing so well. Thank you for the lovely message. Really great to have you here. Quiet Geek, they put a lot of thought and work into the world building for Mass Effect. Part of the reason the story works so well, because they have a living galaxy as a backdrop. So well done indeed. You played through the first game? Nice. Yeah, I just recently started the second one. Let's hear about the Hanar. They're super interesting
are a
race.
citadel species known for excessive politeness. They speak with scrupulous precision and take offense at improper language. Hanar that expect to deal with other species take special courses to help them unlearn their tendency to take offense at improper speech.
Interesting.
All Hanar have two names. The face name is known to the world. The soul name is kept for use among close friends and relations.
Cool.
Hanar never refer to themselves in the first person in conversation with someone they know on a face name basis. To do so is considered egotistical.
Oh,
so
wow.
instead they refer to themselves as this one, or the impersonal it. Their homeworld, Kajay, has 90% ocean cover and orbits an energetic white star, resulting in a permanent blanket of cloud. Due to the presence of Prothean ruins on the world, many Hanar worship them, and Hanar myths often speak of an elder race that civilized them by teaching them language.
Oh my gosh. The Hanar are one of my favorite races ever, like I said. I love them. And I hearing this, I love everything about them. I'm gonna love how much these Codex entries change over time. Yeah, the Mass Effect lore is so rich. I'm so excited. This narrator is great. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to live up to it with my own narrating. Right? Such detailed lore. The Keepers.
When the Asari discovered the Citadel, they also
I like the Keepers, but not who put them there.
A docile, multi-limbed insect race that seemingly exists only to maintain and repair the Great Prothean Station. Early attempts to communicate with or study the Keepers were failures, and it is now illegal to interfere with or impede Keeper activity. Because they are completely non-threatening, Keepers have become virtually invisible to everyone else. Similarly, they seem indifferent to other species, except for their tendency to help new arrivals integrate themselves into the Citadel. No matter how many Keepers die due to old age, violence, or accident, they maintain a constant number. No one has discovered the source of new Keepers, but some hypothesize they are genetic constructs. Biological androids created somewhere deep in the inaccessible core of the Citadel itself.
And no one questions. And it's illegal to even poke around at them. I think the Keepers are cool as hell. I just think the people who live in the Citadel and govern the Citadel are dumb as hell.
The Krogan evolved in a hostile and vicious environment. Until the invention of gunpowder weapons, eaten by predators was still the #1 cause of Krogan fatalities. Afterwards, it was death by gunshot. When the Solarians discovered them, the Krogan were a brutal, primitive species, struggling to survive a self-inflicted nuclear winter. The Solarians culturally uplifted them, teaching them to use and build modern technology, so they could serve as soldiers in the Rachni War. Liberated from the harsh conditions of their homeworld, the quick-breeding Krogan experienced an unprecedented population explosion. They began to colonize nearby worlds. Even though these worlds were already inhabited, the Krogan rebellions lasted nearly a century, only ending when the Turians unleashed the Genophage, a Solarian-developed bioweapon that crushed all Krogan resistance. The Genophage makes only 1 in 1,000 pregnancies viable, and today the Krogan are a slowly dying breed. Understandably, the Krogan harbor a grudge against all other species, especially the Turians.
Krogan are so cool. I'm so sad that they're slowly dying out. Sounds good, Papercut. I hope you have a lovely evening too. Enjoy your time hanging on Twitch. Take care. Super nice meeting you. Yeah, nice to see people enjoy the game even though it wasn't one for you. Yeah, totally fair. It's worth noting that the Codex isn't a 100% reliable narrator. You think it's meant to be a standard issue information that folks get rather than an omniscient narrator. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Acid Snow. Makes sense. Through the lens of, you know, what is known about all these races to everyone else. And this is why we have a prime directive, people!
Driven from their home system by the Geth nearly 3 centuries ago, most Quarians now live aboard the Migrant Fleet, a flotilla of 50,000 vessels ranging in size from passenger shuttles to mobile space stations. Home to 17 million Quarians, the flotilla understandably has scarce resources. Because of this, each Quarian must go on a rite of passage known as the pilgrimage when they come of age. They leave the fleet
It's such a
and
cool
only
way to
return
handle
once
that.
they have found something of value they can bring back to their people.
I love the
Other
Quarians.
species tend to look down on the Quarians for creating the Geth and for the negative impact their fleet has when it enters a system. This has led to many myths and rumors about the Quarians, including the belief that underneath their clothes and breathing masks, they are actually cybernetic creatures, a combination of organic and synthetic parts.
Never seen what a Quarian actually looks like.
The Volus are a member
Underneath.
species of the Citadel with their own embassy, but they are also a client race of the Turians. Centuries ago, they were voluntarily absorbed into the hierarchy, effectively trading their mercantile prowess for Turian military protection. Erun, their homeworld, lies far beyond the normal life zone of its star. However, the world has a high-pressure greenhouse atmosphere that traps enough heat to support an ammonia-based biochemistry. As a result, the Volus must wear pressure suits and breathers when dealing with other species, as conventional nitrogen-oxygen air mixtures are poisonous to them. And
I
in
want
the
to see them on their
low-pressure
planet
atmospheres
then.
tolerable to most species, their flesh will actually split open. Volus culture is tribal, bartering lands and even people to gain status. This culture of exchange inclines them to economic pursuits. It was the Volus who authored the Unified Banking Act, and they continue to monitor and balance the Citadel economy.
Wow. Tally's the sweetheart of the galaxy. I couldn't agree more. I'm seeing how to operate the Codex with my controller.
After the Geth secure a location, they round up and impale dead and living bodies on mechanical spikes. The spikes rapidly transform these victims into withered husks, extracting water and trace minerals, and replacing them with cybernetics.
They're terrifying.
The
Look at that
reanimate
thing.
the lifeless flesh and tissue, transforming the bodies into mindless killing machines. Some Alliance soldiers refer to the husk-generating spikes as dragon's teeth, a reference to the mythological berserkers who sprang up from the earth wherever the teeth of the dragon Eris were planted. Dragon's teeth and husks bear little resemblance to other pieces of Geth technology. No one is sure why a synthetic race would bother to drain the minuscule amount of recoverable resources from organic corpses, though the value of reusing them as shock troops is obvious.
Interesting. Good girl, Gem. Okay, let's keep listening.
Thresher maws are subterranean carnivores that spend their entire lives eating or searching for something to eat. Threshers reproduce via spores that can lie dormant for millennia, yet are robust enough to survive prolonged periods in deep space and atmospheric re-entry. As a result, thresher spores appear on many worlds, spread by previous generations of space. Thresher
shit.
maws are subterranean carnivores that spend their entire
Learning the
lives
controls
eating
on controller.
or searching for something to eat. Threshers reproduce via spores that can lie dormant for millennia, yet are robust enough to survive prolonged periods in deep space and atmospheric re-entry. As a result, thresher spores appear on many worlds, spread by previous generations of space travelers. The body of a thresher never entirely leaves the ground. Only the head and tentacles erupt from the Earth to attack. In addition to physical attacks, threshers have the ability to project toxic chemicals and emit bursts of infrasound as a shockwave weapon. The Alliance first encountered threshers on the colony of Akuz in 2177. After contact was lost with the Pioneer team, Marine units were deployed to investigate. The shore parties were set upon by hungry threshers, and nearly the entire assault force was killed. Alliance forces recommend engaging threshers with vehicle-mounted heavy weapons.
Oh, I don't like the Thresher Mods at all. Hi, Yildirim. You've never seen a Quarian of Legendary Edition without a helmet? Did they change anything? I never have either. We are the Borg. Your biological and technological distinctiveness will be added to our own. Your culture will adapt to service hours. Resistance is futile. I don't know what that's from. Listen, we have worms of the like of which even God has never seen. Oh God. This part is part of the Soul Survivor background for Shepard. Really? Star Trek. I've never seen any Star Trek before. Silva, it's a thing where I've not seen most TV or movies. You could list a really, really iconic show or movie. Chances are I probably haven't seen it, but I've been working on watching things over the last few years. I've recently watched the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy with the community. That's the cool thing about not having watched things, is that I get to watch them with community members in Discord. Watch Lord of the Rings, watch Indiana Jones. There'll be more things like that we'll do. Hi, Sir Dapper. Hello. Welcome on into stream. Thanks for all the love and the lurks. I'm going to be reading a lot soon. We're listening to all the voiced parts of the Codex right now. When it says nearly the entire assault force was killed, Shepard was the reason for nearly. Wow. You plead the fifth on future stuffs. Thanks, Mikey. Yeah, I have to wait until I play Mass Effect 3. Yeah. Hi, Beta. Beta, hello. It was so funny when we were all yellow in Becca's chat earlier. Welcome in, Beta. I hope you're taking such good care. We're doing a lore stream.
Are omnivores with a preference for living prey. Originally native to the Krogan homeworld of Tuchanka, they are, like most life from Tuchanka, savage, clannish, and consummate survivors. They are pack hunters when vulnerable prey is readily available, and become scavengers when outnumbered or outclassed. Their supreme adaptability, vicious demeanor, and rapid breeding cycle have made them ubiquitous and dangerous pests on many worlds. Virtually everywhere the Krogan have been, Varan infestations have followed, wreaking havoc with the native ecology. The Krogan have had a love-hate relationship with Varan for millennia, alternately fighting them for territory and embracing them as treasured companions.
I wondered if they were pets.
Krogan raised them as beasts of war. One of the common subgenus of Varan has metallic silver scales, leading to the rather unusual nickname, fish dogs.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're always yellow. I'm always pink in Twitch chat. Sucks that you can't change your name color in YouTube chat. They need to add that. Funny how the Codex is the only place to learn the name of the Krogan homeworld, right? What is it? Tuchanka? Also funny how it's pronounced differently here. Oh. Okay, let's see how I can get to another...
Varan are omnivores.
How do I get to another listing with the controller?
Prey. Originally native to...
Oh, there we go.
The Citadel is an ancient deep space station, presumably constructed by the Protheans. Since the Prothean
Do some stretching with me while you listen if you want. Feel free to join.
The Citadel home. It serves as the political, cultural, and financial capital of the galactic community.
One of these?
To represent their interests, most species maintain embassies on the Presidium, the Citadel's inner ring. The Citadel Tower in the center of the Presidium holds the Citadel Council Chambers. Council affairs often have far-reaching effects on the rest of the galactic community. 5 arms, known as the wards, extend from the Presidium. Their inner surfaces have been built into cities, populated by millions of inhabitants from across the galaxy. The Citadel is virtually indestructible. If attacked, the station can close its arms to form a solid, impregnable shell. For as long as the station has existed, an enigmatic race called the Keepers has maintained it. The Council is an executive committee composed of representatives from the Asari Republics, the Turian Hierarchy, and the Solarian Union. Though they have no official power over the independent governments of other species, the Council's decisions carry great weight throughout the galaxy. No single Council race is strong enough to defy the other two, and all have a vested interest in compromise and cooperation. Each of the Council species has general characteristics associated with the various aspects of governing the galaxy. The Asari are typically seen as diplomats and mediators. The Solarians gather intelligence and information.
It's a suit.
The Turians provide the bulk of the military and peacekeeping forces. Any species granted an embassy on the Citadel is considered an associate member, bound by the accords of the Citadel Conventions. Associate members may bring issues to the attention of the Council, though they have no input on the decision. The Human Systems Alliance became an associate member of the Citadel in 2165.
Hi, Striker. Hello, we're hearing all of the lore. All of the lore from the Codex. And yeah, I love how the suit makes me look ripped.
Citadel
I love
space
it,
is an
kind.
unofficial term referring to any region of space controlled by a species that acknowledges the authority of the Citadel Council. At first glance, it appears this territory encompasses most of the galaxy. In reality, however, less than 1% of the stars have been explored. Even Mass Effect FTL drive is slow relative to the volume of the galaxy. Empty space and systems without suitable drive discharge sites are barriers
Thanks
to
for following.
exploration. Only the mass relays allow ships to jump hundreds of light years in an instant, the key to expanding across an otherwise impassable galaxy. Whenever a new relay is activated, the destination system is rapidly developed. From that hub, FTL drive is used to expand to nearby star clusters. The result is a number of densely developed clusters, thinly spread across the vast expanse of space, connected by the mass relay network.
Cool. Hi, Wheezy. Hello. Sounds good, Wheezy. Right, assets know there's different pronunciations. Kind. Boop.
Spectres are agents from the Office of Special
I'm gonna do more
Tactics and
stretching because
Reconnaissance
I can't really
and
stand
answer
still as a
only to the
person.
Citadel Council. They are elite military operatives, granted the authority to deal with threats to peace and stability in whatever way they deem necessary. They operate independently or in groups of 2 or 3. Some are empathetic peacekeepers, resolving disputes through diplomacy. Others are cold-blooded
Welcome
assassins,
in, Raiders.
ruthlessly dispatching problem individuals. All get the job done one way or another, often operating outside the bounds of galactic law. The Spectres were founded after the Solarians joined the Council. For many years, they operated in secrecy as backroom problem solvers. Only after the Krogan rebellions did their activities become publicized. Assignment of a Spectre is less contentious than a military deployment, but makes it clear that the Council is concerned about a situation.
Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. Darling Doodles, hi. Pause up, boys. You're being raided by the Den. Oh my gosh, hello. Hi, darling. Hi, Yelkies. What's going on? How was stream? What were you getting up to today and how did it go? Thanks for being patient and waiting for me to get through that dialogue there. Because we have to restart. We have to restart if I pause or anything. Thank you so much, Darla Doodles, for thinking of me to raid into. We're absorbing all of the Mass Effect lore today and reading the Mass Effect 1 Codex together. or right now we're listening to the reading of the Codex together, and then I'm going to be reading it. No worries. Oh, no need to apologize. Please go raid and run. I completely understand, darling doodles. Thank you so much for the raid. Go rest so well. I really appreciate you. Thanks so much for, excuse me, for sending your crew my way, darling doodles. Lots of love to you, eh? Go rest so well. Go rest so well. Stream was really good, though. You played Supermarket Sim. I love that. I love that game. And you kept saying, one more day, one more day. The addiction is real. It's such a good game, though. Thanks so much, darling. I sure will. Welcome in, folks. If you're joining me for the first time, my name is Kmerkle. I'm a silly goober from Canada. I love spreading positivity and kindness on my streams. I love playing first playthroughs and cosplaying. And I just recently got a standing desk, so we're enjoying that today and listening to some Mass Effect lore. Join us. Go get some popcorn. Go get a beverage. Settle in. It'll be cozy, comfy, really good energy stream. And I'm also here to chat. If anyone wants to chat, you know, tell me about your day. Tell me what you had going on. I would love to catch up in between the entries. Okay.
Humanity's first contact with an
Hear about
alien
the contact
race
war.
occurred in 2157. At that time, the Alliance allowed survey fleets to activate any dormant mass relays discovered, a practice considered dangerous and irresponsible by Council-aligned races. When a Turian patrol discovered a human fleet attempting to activate a relay, they attacked. One human vessel survived, retreating to the colony of Shanxi. The Turians followed, quickly defeating the local forces. Shanxi was occupied, the first and to date only human world to be conquered by an alien species. The Turians believed the handful of ships they defeated represented the bulk of human defenses, so they were unprepared when the Second Fleet, under Admiral Castany Drescher, launched a strong counteroffensive, evicting them from Shanxi. The Turians mobilized for full-scale war, drawing the attention of the rest of the galaxy. The Council quickly intervened, forcing a truce. Fortunately for humanity, the First Contact War was ended with a diplomatic solution.
That is good.
The Systems Alliance is an independent supranational government representing the interests of humanity as a whole. The Alliance is responsible for the governance and defense of all extrasolar colonies and stations. The Alliance grew out of the various national space programs as a matter of practicality. Sol's planets had been explored and exploited through piecemeal national efforts. The expense of colonizing entire new solar systems could not be met by any one country. With humans knowing that alien contact was inevitable, there was enough political will to jointly fund an international effort. Still, the Alliance was often disregarded by those on Earth until the First Contact War. While the national governments dithered and bickered over who should lead the effort to liberate Shanxi, the Alliance fleet struck decisively. Post-war public approval gave the Alliance the credibility to establish its own parliament and become the galactic face of humanity.
Wow. So cool. Planets and locations. Interesting, Yildirim.
Pharos is a habitable world
Pharos.
in the Attican Beta Cluster. 2/3 of the habitable surface is covered with the ruins of a crumbling Prothean megatropolis. In the millennia since the Prothean extinction, the ruins have been repeatedly picked over by looters many times. Pharos was considered a poor prospect for colonization, as little open ground remains for agriculture. The only sizable freshwater sources are the poles, which are tapped by the decaying Prothean aqueduct systems. The dead cities, while in good condition considering their antiquity, are of uncertain stability. Ground level is congested by a dozen meters of fallen debris, and the air is fouled by dust. In 2178,
Terrible.
the Human Exogeny Corporation announced its intention to place a permanent colony on Pharos to thoroughly explore the ruins. The pioneer settlement was placed on the upper levels of several intact skyscrapers, using the surviving Prothean aqueducts and rooftop hydroponic gardens to support the population.
Okay, about Noveria. I'm gonna eat my muffin.
It's a cool, rocky world with most of its hydrosphere locked up in massive glaciers. A privately chartered colony world, the planet is owned by the Noveria Development Corporation Holding Company. The NDC is funded by investment capital from 24 high-technology development firms and administrated by an executive board representing their interests. The investors built remote hot labs in isolated locations across Noveria's surface. These facilities are used for research too dangerous or controversial to be performed elsewhere, as Noveria is technically not part of Citadel space and therefore exempt from Council law. By special arrangement, Citadel's special tactics and reconnaissance agents have been granted extraterritorial privileges, but it remains to be seen how committed the Executive Board is to that principle. Given its unique situation, it is understandable that Noveria is often implicated in all manner of wild conspiracy theories.
Oh my gosh, tell me about Vermeer.
Vermeer is a lush world located on the frontier of the Attican Traverse. Its vast seas and orbital position on the inner life zone have created a wide equatorial band of humid, tropical terrain. Only the political instability of the region has impeded efforts at colonization. Many times the Citadel has opened negotiations to settle Vermeer with various criminal gangs and petty dictatorships in the nearby Terminus systems. All fell apart due to internal power shifts within the opposing parties. The Citadel has written off the colonization of Vermeer as impossible without significant political change. The Terminus powers themselves are unlikely to ever settle Vermeer. Most lack the resources to support settlement of a virgin world, finding it more expedient to steal from their neighbors than build for themselves.
Wow. Also the fact that we blew up a nuke there. My god.
The Terminus systems are located on the far side of the Attican Traverse, beyond the space administered by the Citadel Council or claimed by the Human Systems Alliance. It is populated by a loose affiliation of minor species, united only in their refusal to acknowledge the political authority of the Council or adhere to the Citadel conventions. Their independence comes at a price. The Terminus is fraught with conflict. War among the various species is common, as governments and dictators constantly rise and fall. The region is a haven for illegal activities, particularly piracy and the slave trade. At least once a year, a fleet from the Terminus invades the nearby Attican Traverse. These attacks are typically small raids against poorly defended colonies. The Council rarely retaliates, as sending patrols into the Terminus systems could unify the disparate species against their common foe, triggering a long and costly war.
Gee. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. So it's a world full of raider gangs. That nuke was so much bigger than we were led to expect. Oh my gosh.
There are between 200 and 400
Uncharted
billion
worlds.
stars in the galaxy, and less than 1% of them have ever been visited or had their systems properly surveyed. Humanity's early expansion into the Attican Traverse was haphazard, a desperate race to claim habitable planets where populations can be economically settled. Ignored in the wake of this land grab were thousands of less hospitable worlds, each potentially rich with industrial resources. The wealth of entire solar systems lies untapped, waiting for corporate survey teams or independent pioneers to discover and exploit them. However, this is not an easy task. In addition to the environmental hazards, the fact that uncharted worlds are largely ignored makes them popular bases for criminals, revolutionaries, cults, and others who wish to remain unnoticed by galactic society.
So much corruption and exploitation. Guys. Where's the universe where it's only nice people? Can you tell me how to get there? I would appreciate it. It's in this chat. That's really sweet.
Faster-than-light drives use element 0 cores to reduce the mass of the ship, allowing higher rates of acceleration. This effectively raises the speed of light within the mass effect field, allowing high-speed travel with negligible relativistic time dilation effects. Starships still require conventional thrusters, chemical rockets, commercial fusion torch, economy ion engine,
Zartrin.
or military anti-proton drive, in addition to the FTL drive core. With only a core, a ship has no motive power. The amount of EZO and power required for a drive...
EZO? Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I'll read the rest. Required for a drive increases exponentially to the mass being moved and the degree it is being lightened. Very massive ships or very high speeds are prohibitively expensive. If the field collapses while the ship is moving at faster than light speed, the effects are catastrophic. The ship is snapped back to sublight velocity, the enormous excess energy shed in the form of lethal Sarenkov radiation. Oh God.
Faster. Larger warships are generally
Hi,
classified in one of
Raven.
4 weights.
Hello.
Frigates
We're doing
are
some
small,
lore
fast
listening and
ships
lore
used
reading
for scouting
today.
and screening of larger vessels. Frigates often operate in wolf pack flotillas.
I hope you're doing well.
Cruisers are middleweight combatants, faster than dreadnoughts and more heavily armed than frigates. Cruisers are the standard patrol unit and often lead frigate flotillas. Dreadnoughts are kilometer-long capital ships mounting heavy, long-range firepower. They are only deployed for the most vital missions. Carriers are dreadnought-sized vessels that also carry large numbers of fighters. Smaller vessels are almost exclusively used in a support role to the warships during combat. Fighters are one-man craft used to perform close-range attacks on enemy ships. Interceptors are one-man craft optimized for destroying opposing fighters.
EZO is short for Element Zero. Gotcha. Gotcha. How's your day going, Raven? Thanks so much for the wonderful compliment. I'm doing so great. I have some fresh coffee. I've got a muffin. And we are hearing all of the Mass Effect lore from the Codex of Mass Effect 1. So really just we're vibing today. We're vibing, chatting, chilling, enjoying learning about the gorgeous and really detailed Mass Effect universe. I had you at coffee, Bungus. Thanks so much for being here, Bungus. Good to see you. Cherenkov radiation, basically a sonic boom, but with light and a medium. It's a neat phenomenon. Very fast particles going through water can travel through it faster than light does. So there's a front of radiation like a front of sound. Oh my gosh. Malaysian Titan Nation! Welcome in, wonderful raiders. Hello! How was stream and what were you getting up to? I have a standing desk now. How was stream and what were y'all getting up to? I totally didn't almost trip and fall in my really thick, heavy boots. Hello. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, SR Beanie. Hello, Acid Angel Girl. Welcome in. Malaysian Titan Nation. Hi. Look at that emote. You're playing It Takes Two. Oh my gosh. Were you having a co-stream? Feel free to let me know who you were playing with today. I hope it was a wonderful time playing It Takes Two. That is on my list. That's a game I really want to play. Maybe we'll play that game with my younger sister, actually. I hope you had the best time. Thank you so much. What's up, my fellow Canadian? Hell yeah. I am enjoying some Mass Effect lore reading today. Today's stream is all investigating the very, very intriguing Codex, learning all about the Mass Effect universe for the very first time, for my very first time. How did It Takes Two go? One salty Nemo. Hello, and welcome. Hi. Hello. HSV Remix. Hello, what's going on? How do you do? Oh, thanks for checking out my socials, Raven. I really appreciate it. My name is Kmerkel. If you are new to my channel, welcome in. If you're returning, welcome back. It's really great to have you. I'm a silly goober from Canada, and I love being super positive and kind to everyone who swivels into chat. But I like to be super chaotic and just let loose in all the games I play. I love to cosplay, love first playthroughs. I love planning special events. Blasian, I would love to hear all about you, all about your channel, anything you want to share with us at all. Whenever folks raid in, I love to give the opportunity for you to tell us about yourself as a streamer, the vibes you give off, the games you play, anything you get up to, any events you might have coming up, when your next stream is, like literally anything. Take your time if you want to. Share with us anything that you'd like to, but also know that there's no pressure. And feel free to raid and fade if you need to get any food, water, and rest. Blasian and raiders, definitely prioritize your self-care, okay? Love to have you here, though, if you want to hang out with us. I also love to meet new people and to chat. So anything you want to share with me, like your favorite game or what you're playing right now, if you like coffee, what your favorite muffin is. We are enjoying some Mass Effect lore reading and listening together. We also have an ad break coming up, my lovely friends and raiders who may not be subscribed. So it'll be a really good time if you need a break to go get some food, some water. Thank you so much, Remix. Thank you. Hello. Hello, hello. Hell yeah, you love Mass Effect. Let's go, Blasian. You don't like to talk about yourself, not a fan of self-promo. Hey, that's all good. I get if you, I totally get if you're not into that sort of thing. But I also want you to know that I would love to hear what you've been getting up to. But again, no pressure. You please, however you're comfortable is good with me. But you're just a positive guy who loves to play single-player games. I think that's what you mean by SP. Hey, I love to hear that, Blasian. I think that's a great description. If you want to go hang out, soak up the positive vibes, send some love to a cool streamer who's been so kind to raid me a couple times now, consider going to follow Blasian Titan Nation, who is playing some It Takes Two today and loves Mass Effect as well. Muffins. Yes, tell me your favorite muffin. Chocolate muffin remix. Blueberry muffin you. Yes, same, Striker. Lemon poppy seed muffin. Beat all other muffins. I agree with you, Silva. I agree with you. I love lemon anything. Rye Raven blueberry or pistachio muffins. I've never tried a pistachio muffin. You love banana nut? Me too. Me too. You loved my Aloy cosplay. It was awesome. Thank you so much. Have you ever cosplayed, Blasian? Have you ever cosplayed? I love cosplaying. I have a brand new standing desk, so we've been standing for stream today, and I've just been like a silly goober, doing things in the background and keeping folks entertained. Yildirim, did I update my Discord schedule? I did. So, my schedule, I will be streaming Mass Effect today, and what am I streaming tomorrow? Tomorrow we're streaming more Mass Effect as well. I guess I'm only doing Codex reading today, though. There won't be any gameplay, just Codex reading. Tomorrow we'll be doing gameplay. And then on Thursday, I'm having a really exciting event on Twitch. I will probably share some of this with YouTube as well for those who may be over on YouTube and watching the dual stream today. I'm having a Valentine's weekend event starting Thursday, February 13th at 5 p.m. Eastern. And I have all the time synced to your time zone on my Twitch schedule and my Discord schedule. And there's so many things planned. Gifting a sub to get a digital Valentine from me. Sims Woohoo stream with crowd control. It'll be a challenge run, steamy dating game that was unlocked today with this sub goal and a timer that could have us streaming the entire weekend, up to 31 hours. Take a look at all of our Valentine goals. I'm not going to read them again because we went over them at the beginning of stream, but feel free to take a look, see if any interest you. These are all things that could be unlocked. Also, welcome back if you were watching the ads. I really appreciate you hanging around and sticking through those ads that support me so much in a completely free way. You know, instead of subscribing, you watching the ads pays my cell bill every month. So thank you so kindly. It's a huge chunk of funds I get now that I just started to run ads here just to disable pre-rolls. Just enough ads, the bare minimum to disable pre-rolls for folks coming in. Codex reading, yes, Mass Effect lore is expansive, and I love lore so much. You aren't a cosplayer, Blasian. The most you did was Scream for Halloween. That's a good one. Let me give you another shout out, Blasian. Thank you so kindly for the raid. Thanks for thinking of me to raid into. Right, Raven? Yes. Yeah, you didn't get ads? That's okay. Sometimes they play, sometimes... Oh, actually, I think they're on right now. Oh, shoot. Well, I thanked the folks who are in ads right now in advance. Oh, there we go. Yeah, first time with chat control for Twitchers. Yeah, nice for them. Exactly. It'll be really, really fun. I don't really know, any way I could set up things for YouTube chat, like sort of like that yet. Maybe there's a bot that could do something like that. Thanks for following, HSV. Thanks so kindly. Thanks so, so much. So if you took a look at our goals, we also have a wheel. So the wheel will be spun if you gift 5 subs, if you cheer 2,000 bits, or $15 tip. We can spin the wheel for you and see what you unlock. Thanks so, so much, Blasian. Thank you for the lurk, by the way. Thank you for the hype energy. And again, thanks for the raid. Take care of yourself, okay? If you go get that food, that water, that rest, take care of yourself. Thank you so much again. Thank you, raiders. Let's get back into the cozy lore reading. Let's go, let's go. I've been loving stream. It's been so chill. So chill and enjoyable.
The Norman.
Yeah, let's hear about the Normandy. Oh!
The Normandy is a prototype starship developed by the Human Systems Alliance with the assistance of the Citadel Council. It is optimized for scouting and reconnaissance missions in unstable regions using state-of-the-art stealth technology. For most ships, the heat generated through standard operations is easily detectable against the absolute zero background of space. The Normandy, however, is able to temporarily sink this heat within the hull.
I remember hearing about
Combined
this.
with refrigeration of the exterior hull, the ship can travel undetected for hours or drift passively for days of covert observation. This is not without risk. The stored heat must eventually be radiated, or it will build to levels capable of cooking the crew alive.
Oh my God.
Another component of the stealth system is the Normandy's revolutionary Tantalus drive, a Mass Effect core twice the standard size. The Tantalus drive generates mass concentrations that the Normandy falls into, allowing it to move without the use of heat-emitting thrusters.
So cool. Toasty, does it have to be all 2K at once, or could someone do 1K and 1K? So it's per person. So for example, Toasty, say you cheered 1,000 bits one day, and then another day you cheered 1,000 bits during the event. That would be a spin for you. That would be 2,000 bits altogether. That'd be a spin for you. As long as it's in the leaderboard and I have an easy way to see that you've gifted a total of 5 subs or 2,000 bits, it'll count. What wouldn't count is like 1,000 bits from you and then 1,000 bits from someone else. That's just because the spins are for individuals, if that makes sense, because it could be something that you win on the wheel. So I don't know if that makes sense how I explained. But yeah, that would totally work, Toasty. Zartrin Mass Effect did the gravity generator drive before Space Engineers. Ooh. So it creates its own gravity wells for faster than light travel. That has some possibilities. So cool. Yeah, Toasty. Thanks for asking. You're so wonderful. Yeah, I can totally keep track of totals if it's in the leaderboard. And I'll also, I really trust members of this community as well.
Sovereign is the flagship of the rogue Spectre Saren. An enormous dreadnought larger than any other ship in any known fleet, it is crewed with both Geth and Krogan. At 2 kilometers long, its spinal-mounted main gun is likely capable of penetrating another dreadnought's kinetic barriers with a single shot. How Saren acquired this incredible warship is unknown. The prevailing opinion is that Sovereign is a Geth construct, while others believe it is a Prothean relic. Its design, however, hints at a more alien and mysterious origin. The attack on Eden Prime demonstrated Sovereign's ability to generate mass effect fields powerful enough to land on a planetary surface. This implies it has a massive Element Zero core and the ability to generate staggering amounts of power.
Mercs, can we get love Liara emotes in chat? Mercs, can we get Liara love emotes? Love Liara, love Liara, love Liara. Maybe that answers your question, Raven.
Ship mobility dominates space combat. The primary objective is to align the mass accelerator along the bow with the opposing vessel's broadside. Battles typically play out as artillery duels, fought at ranges measured in thousands of kilometers, though assaults through defended mass relays often occur at knife fight ranges, as close as a few dozen kilometers. Most ship-to-ship engagements are skirmishes between patrol vessels of cruiser weight and below, with dreadnoughts and carriers only deployed in full-scale fleet actions. Battles in open space are short and often inconclusive, as the weaker opponent typically disengages. Once a ship enters FTL flight, the combat is effectively over. There are no sensors capable of tracking them or weapons capable of damaging them. The only way to guarantee an enemy will stand and fight is to attack a location they have a vested interest in, such as a settled world or a strategically important mass relay.
Ha 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 ha. That's so foreshadowy.
The Mako infantry fighting vehicle was designed for the System Alliance's frigates. Though the interior is cramped, an M35 is small enough to be carried in the cargo bay and easily deployed on virtually any world. With its turreted 155mm mass accelerator and coaxially mounted machine gun, the Mako can provide a fire team with weapon support as well as mobility. Since Alliance Marines may be required to fight on any world, the Mako is environmentally sealed and equipped with microthrusters for use on low-gravity planetoids. The Mako is powered by a sealed hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell and includes a small Element Zero core. While not large enough to nullify the vehicle's mass, the core can reduce it enough to be safely airdropped. When used in conjunction with thrusters, it also allows the Mako to extricate itself from difficult terrain.
Open him a window. Okay, that's all about the ships and vehicles. Now we're on to technology, the second last of the spoken ones.
Biotics is the ability of rare individuals to manipulate
I think you're
dark
thinking of
energy
Tarantula,
and
Yildirim.
create mass effect fields through the use
Sounds
of
like
electrical
Tarantula.
impulses from the brain. Intense training and surgically implanted amplifiers are necessary for a biotic to produce mass effect fields powerful enough for practical use. The relative strength of biotic abilities varies greatly among species and with each individual. There are three branches of biotics. Telekinesis uses mass-lowering fields to levitate or impel objects. Mass-raising kinetic fields are used to block or pin objects. Spatial distortion uses rapidly shifting mass fields to shred objects. Most organic species are capable of developing biotic abilities, though there are risks involved. Biotics are the result of an in utero exposure to Element Zero. This usually causes fatal cancers in the victim, but in rare cases, it coalesces into nodules within the fetus's developing nervous system.
Jeez. We know Caden had migraines because of his experience with his exposure to Element Zero in utero. Van life with the Mako! Zartrin, interesting. Heat dissipation is a true issue faced by our own spacecrafts. This is why there's large radiators on the International Space Station, right? How much shorter did I get just now? I just took off my boots. I feel tiny. I am a little tiny.
An artificial intelligence is a self-aware computing system capable of learning and independent decision-making. Creation of a conscious AI requires adaptive code,
Aww,
a slow, expensive education, and a specialized quantum computer called a blue box. An AI cannot be transmitted across a communication channel or computer network. Without its blue box, an AI is no more than data files. Loading these files into a new blue box will create a new personality, as variations in the quantum hardware and runtime results create unpredictable variations. The Geth serve as a cautionary tale against the dangers of rogue AI, and in Citadel space, they are technically illegal. Advocacy groups argue, however, that an AI is a living, conscious entity, deserving the same rights as organics. They argue that continued use of the term artificial is institutionalized racism on the part of organic life. The term synthetic is considered the politically correct alternative.
Okay. Brian! Brian, hello, 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 how are you?
A virtual
We're learning
intelligence
lore,
is
Brian.
an advanced form of user interface software. VIs use a variety of methods to simulate natural conversation, including an audio interface and an avatar personality to interact with. Although a VI can provide a convincing emulation of sentience, they are not self-aware, nor can they learn or take independent action. VIs are used as operating systems on commercial and home computers. Minimal VI agents are also available. Agents are compact and specialized. Some serve as personal secretaries, filtering calls and scheduling meetings based on user-defined priorities. Others are advanced search engines, propagating themselves across the extranet to collate user-requested data. Commercial VIs in a variety of stock personalities are available at any software retailer. Boutique firms and hobbyists also build unique VIs to personal specification. Although software emulation of living personalities is illegal, reconstructions of famous historical figures are common.
Brian, you're at a Super Bowl party, so can't stay, but I hope I'm having a great weekend and a great stream. Thanks so much, Brian. I am indeed. And I hope you are too. I hope you are too. You're the best, Brian. Enjoy the time. Not since, anything but since all those tubes of toothpaste that will be left uncapped. Oh my gosh. I don't understand, Wheezy. What do you mean? I'd love to know. I would love to know. Oh, right, the egg ball thing. I know. Yeah, Mikey. I relate. Having a stool is nice when you're a shorter human. Having a stool for everything. I need a stool. Also, I'm lucky to just not own a lot of really high to reach shelves. I put all my things where I can get them. Step stool equals MVP, exactly.
When subjected to an
Let's
electrical
learn about
current,
element zero.
a rare material dubbed element zero, or EZO, emits a dark energy field that raises or lowers the mass of all objects within it. This mass effect is used in countless ways, from generating artificial gravity to manufacturing high-strength construction materials. It is most prominently used to enable faster-than-light space travel. EZO is generated when solid matter, such as a planet, is affected by the energy of a star going supernova. The material is common in the asteroid debris that orbits neutron stars and pulsars. These are dangerous places to mine, requiring extensive use of robotics, telepresence, and shielding.
Sounds good, Alex.
To survive the incredible radiation from the dead
Lots
star.
of love.
Only a few
Catch you
major
later.
corporations can afford the setup costs required to work these primary sources. Humanity discovered refined element zero at the Prothean Research Station on Mars, allowing them to create mass effect fields and develop FTL travel.
Let's hear about Mass Effect fields.
Element zero can increase or decrease the mass of a volume of space-time when subjected to an electrical current. With a positive current, mass is increased. With a negative current, mass is decreased. The stronger the current, the greater the magnitude of the dark energy mass effect. In space, low-mass fields allow FTL travel and inexpensive surface-to-orbit transit. High-mass fields create artificial gravity and push space debris away from vessels. In manufacturing, low-mass fields permit the creation of evenly blended alloys, while high-mass compaction creates dense, sturdy construction materials. The military makes extensive use of mobility-enhancing technologies, with Mass Effect utilizing fighting vehicles standard frontline issue in most military forces. Mass Effect fields are also essential in the creation of kinetic barriers or shields to protect against enemy fire.
Super cool. Wheezy and Good Neighbor, two members of the neighborhood, which are talking about one of their wives leaving the cap off the toothpaste, and one of them says, "You know who leaves the cap off the toothpaste? A synth." That's so interesting. I didn't even think that synths would use toothpaste. I imagined they would just walk into the bathroom, shut the door, stand there. I guess, you know, we're talking about the synths who don't even know they're synths, so they obviously need to be able to do everything a regular human can do. But the ones who don't know that they're a human, they just go in the bathroom, stand there for the time it would take to brush their teeth, and then walk out. And it's all an illusion. Maybe run the water to blend in a bit. You know where I'm going with this, Silva. Cool, Yildirim. I'm about 5'4", 5'5" feet.
Mass
Okay,
relays
mass
are feats
relays.
of Prothean engineering advanced far beyond the technology of any living species. They are enormous structures scattered throughout the stars and can create corridors of virtually mass-free space, allowing instantaneous transit between locations separated by years or even centuries of travel using conventional FTL drives. Primary mass relays can propel ships thousands of light years, often from one spiral arm of the galaxy to another. However, they have fixed one-to-one connections. A primary relay connects to one other primary relay and nowhere else. Secondary relays can only propel ships across a few hundred light years. However, they are omnidirectional. A secondary relay can send a ship to any other relay within its limited range. There are
That
many
ought to come into
dormant
play
primary
later.
relays whose corresponding twins have not yet been located. These are left inactive until their partner is charted, as established civilizations are unwilling to blindly open a passage that might connect them to a hostile species. Omni-tools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing fabricator. Versatile and reliable, an Omni-tool can be used to analyze and adjust the functionality of most standard equipment, including weapons and armor, from a distance. The fabrication module can rapidly assemble small three-dimensional objects from common reusable industrial plastics, ceramics, and light alloys. This allows for field repairs and modifications to most standard items, as well as the reuse of salvaged equipment. Omni-tools are standard issue for soldiers and first-in colonists.
Cool, cool, cool. The Ezo must flow. You're happy the story they went with was not centered around the rarity of Ezo. Me too. That would have been lame. The relays are similar to the jump gates in Babylon 5. Yeah, Yildirim? 166 centimeters tall. You know, that holds true, Yildirim. The last time I measured myself in centimeters, I was 167. Literally 1 centimeter taller. Ad, sadly I have to head out. Have a good time with the Codex. Thanks so much, Ad Noctum. Are you going to stream? If you're going to stream, it is a Sunday. I know you've been streaming on the weekends. I hope it's a good one. I hope it goes well. Amazing job being so productive and getting so much done and doing that and streaming after all the moving and everything. Hope you have a lovely time, Ad. A lovely night in general. Know that I appreciate you and I think that you're awesome. Take care, Ad Noctum. And if you want a cozy, fun place to go hang out, where you can enjoy some chill vibes, some first playthroughs, and challenge runs of games, go check out Ad. Catch you later, Ad. Gotcha, Wheezy. I've heard of it, but not seen any of Babylon 5. What's next? Ooh, we've read all about technology. Last category. And then it will be time for me to take over with the reading.
Combat hard suits use a dual-layer system to protect the wearer. The inner layer consists of fabric armor with kinetic padding. Areas that don't need to be flexible, such as the chest or shins, are reinforced with sheets of lightweight, ablative ceramic. The outer layer consists of automatically generated kinetic barriers. Objects traveling above a certain speed will trigger the barrier's reflex system and be deflected, provided there is enough energy left in the shield's power cell. Armored hard suits are sealable to protect the wearer from extremes of temperature and atmosphere. Standard equipment includes an onboard mini-frame and a communications, navigation, and sensing suite. The mini-frame is designed to accept and display data from a weapon's smart targeting system to make it easier to locate and eliminate enemies.
Could we get an uptime in Twitch chat? I'm curious to know how long I've been standing for. Babylon 5 is very sadly not streamed in Canada. You have to buy episodes or seasons. Dang.
Kinetic barriers, more commonly called shields, provide protection against most mass accelerator weapons. Whether on a starship or a soldier's suit of armor, the basic principle remains the same. Kinetic
This
barriers
music is
are
so
repulsive
hype.
mass effect fields projected from tiny emitters. These shields safely deflect small objects traveling at rapid velocities. This affords protection from bullets and other dangerous projectiles, but still allows
Can
the
you
user
still
to
hear
sit
the
down
dialogue?
without knocking away their chair. The shielding afforded by kinetic barriers does not protect against extremes of temperature, toxins, or radiation.
I love the kinetic barriers. They're so cool. They're so cool. A bit, but yes.
Medigel is a common
Medigel.
medicinal salve used by paramedics, EMTs, and military personnel. It combines several useful applications: a local anesthetic, disinfectant, and clotting agent all in one. Once applied, the gel is designed to grip tight to flesh until subjected to a frequency of ultrasound.
Thank you.
It is sealable against liquids, most notably blood, as well as contaminants and gases. The gel is a genetically engineered bioplasm created by the CERTA Foundation, a medical technology megacorp based on Earth. Technically, Medigel violates council laws against genetic engineering, but to date, it has proved far too useful to ban.
Interesting. Music, that music was from Mass Effect Andromeda, Samuel. It had some really good pieces, like that piano one. But the original trilogy is way more memorable, in your opinion. Right, right. I know this one.
All modern infantry weapons, from pistols to assault rifles, use micro-scaled mass accelerator technology. Projectiles consist of tiny metal slugs suspended within a mass-reducing field, accelerated by magnetic force to speeds that inflict kinetic damage. The ammo magazine is a simple block of metal. The gun's internal computer calculates the mass needed to reach the target based on distance, gravity, and atmospheric pressure, then shears off an appropriate-sized slug from the block. A single block can supply thousands of rounds, making ammo a non-issue during any engagement.
Wow.
Top-line weapons also feature
That makes
smart
sense.
targeting that allows them to correct for weather and environment. Firing on a target in a howling gale feels the same as it does on a calm day at the practice range. Smart targeting does not mean a bullet will automatically find the mark every time the trigger is pulled. It only makes it easier for the marksman to aim.
So cool. Hi, Corey, console gamer. Thanks so much for coming in to thank Space Monkey for the gifted sub. That's so kind. Space Monkey is working right now, but Corey, I'm gonna remember when Space Monkey comes back to thank him for you. Thank you so much, Corey. Enjoy the gifted sub. Mikey, you've caught a mix of music from the trilogy just in the stream today. That's kind of interesting. Exactly. I'm actually playing a Mass Effect chill ambience playlist so that we could have a variety of music while we listen to the Codex, because I thought it would be pretty long. I thought we'd not want the same music just repeating the whole time. Remember Rex running out of ammo in a story about his past? I do. Did you want to explain, Samuel? Yeah, right, Zartrin? Their search is offline, but the Babylon 5 page was not available to you when coming from Google. Oh, dang. Hi, Corey. How's your day? We are investigating the Mass Effect Codex today from Mass Effect 1. And first we're listening to all the voiced lore, and then I'm going to read all the other lore for all of us in chat. In fact, it's time. It's time for me to read now. Okay, let's go to the secondary lore, and we're going to take a look at all this. Oh my gosh, yay! Let's read. Let's read. If you have any yapping emotes, do you have any yapping emotes of streamers talking? I actually ordered a yapping emote that we could unlock. That duck quacks! Hi! Thank you for the flower. Welcome into stream, duck. How do you do? How do you do? Right, Mikey? Good call. Mass Effect has some really great music. Crazy how they can grab you in a few notes. I agree. The lore, Samuel, he must have fired millions of bullets. That's wild. Your day was good, Corey. Mine's been really great. Really quick rundown of my day. Woke up, did a little bit of journaling, showered, styled my hair. What else did I do? I did a bunch of chores, cleaned my place, washed dishes, went to a coffee shop and grabbed a coffee and a muffin. Then I finished planning for my Valentine's event coming up this weekend, and I made an announcement in Discord, and I posted it on my Instagram story. And then Gemma arrived, so I have a pupper here today. And so I took care of her, and then I finished getting ready, and now I'm here for stream. And then I'm going to stream until we're finished reading all about the Codex. And then I'm probably going to go continue setting up and preparing for our Valentine's event, and watching Buffy and going for a walk tonight. Lots of behind the scenes stuff. You can run out of cooling for guns in Mass Effect. Exactly. Do you mean like basically heat sink? What is it? Someone knows. What's it called? Your gun can overheat. That's what I'm trying to say. You're totally right, Zartrin. Your gun can overheat from shooting too quickly. It's like ammo in this case. Exactly. You're eepy. Good, though. Take it so easy, duck. Take it so easy. Drink lots of water. I'm glad you're doing good, at least. Let's go productive. Yes. Thanks, Danny. What's everyone been up to? I would love to know. Feel free to tell me what you've been up to if anyone wants to share. I love to get to know about you all. It makes me closer friends with you. It helps me know more what you do in your free time. Learn about you. How am I today? I'm doing so good. I wrote in my journal, because this journal that I have, it encourages me to think about my daily mood, basically. So today's mood is, and I still agree, I still relate, happy, eepy. Happy and eepy. So yeah, generally I'm really happy right now. I'm feeling really good today. Really great day. So heckin' productive. Yeah, and you have to replace the heat sink, and they're universal, simplifying the ammo loot. Cool. Thanks for asking, Doug. Thanks for asking. Okay, so let's hear about Commander Shepard's lore, which is what we're going to read first. A personal history summary. You were raised on Mindoir, on the fringes of the Attican Traverse. When you were 16, the colony was raided by slavers. The entire settlement was razed, and your friends and family were slaughtered. A passing Alliance patrol rescued you, but all you loved was destroyed. You enlisted with the Alliance military and were posted at Elysium. You were there during the Skylian Blitz, an attack on the colony by a massive coalition force of slavers, crime syndicates, and Batarian warlords. You rallied the civilian inhabitants, leading them in their desperate fight to hold off the invaders. When enemy troops broke through the colony's defenses, you single-handedly held them off and sealed the breach. After hours of brutal fighting, reinforcements finally arrived, and the enemy broke ranks and fled. Because of your actions, Elysium was saved, and you are regarded through the Alliance as a true hero. Cool. Hi, Sam. Thanks for paying your Merc tax and welcome in. Welcome, welcome in. Next, let's read about Council races, the Asari biology. Asari have a robust cellular regenerative system. While they do not heal faster than other species, Asari are known to reach 1,000 years of age. Oh my god. Thanks so kindly for following. Welcome into the Mercs. I hope you enjoy your time here. I really appreciate the support. Holy age, Batman. Although Asari have one gender, they are not asexual. An Asari provides 2 copies of her own genes to her offspring. The second set is altered in a unique process called melding. During melding, an Asari consciously attunes her nervous system to her partner's, sending and receiving electrical impulses directly through the skin. The partner can be another Asari or an alien of either gender. Effectively, the Asari and her partner briefly become one unified nervous system. This unique means of reproduction is the reason Asari are talented biotics. Their evolved ability to consciously control nerve impulses is very similar to biotic training. Asari believe that their offspring acquire the best qualities of the father from the melded genes, but the evidence is anecdotal. Asari pass through 3 climacteric, that's a new word for me. I probably mispronounced it. 3 climacteric life stages marked by biochemical and physiological changes. The maiden stage begins at birth and is marked by the drive to explore and experience. Most young Asari are curious and restless. So, correct me if I'm wrong, is Liara a maiden? Liara is in the maiden stage. She talks about being a young Asari. Think about how a Solarian must feel. I have no idea, but I'm excited to read about their biology and how they might feel. What do you mean by that, Yildirim, if you want to explain? So we're not maidenless. We have Liara. Will today be the day that I commit intergalactic war crimes? We're actually not doing any gameplay today. It's all lore reading. This stream was one from a channel point challenge that we did. So, the matron stage of life begins around the age of 350, though it can be triggered earlier if the individual melds frequently. This period is marked by the desire to settle in one area and raise children. Oh yeah, because they have such a short lifespan, Yildirim. Pretty much, Sartrin. Yeah, Liara might be on the cusp of becoming a matron. You don't recall enough. Liara says herself she's young just over 100 years. It's wild. It's so wild. Game over. Liara is an early teen. Damn. That's a bit strange, maybe. Considering maybe not, you know? You know, the Asari are evidently more mature and intelligent than humanity, but I don't know how I feel about Liara being an early teen and Commander Shepard, you know? But whatever, it's the Mass Effect universe and it's pretty normal for their species to get with other races. The matron stage of life begins around the age of 350. Oh yeah, I did read that. The matriarch stage begins around 700 or earlier if the individual melds rarely. Matriarchs become active in their community as sages and counselors, dispensing wisdom from centuries of experience. While each stage of life is marked by strong biological tendencies, individuals do make unexpected life choices. For example, there are maidens who stay close to home rather than explore, matrons who would rather work than build a family, and matriarchs who have no interest in community affairs. Put a 1 in chat if you'd want to be an Asari. You'd consider Liara more college age than early teen if we're talking parallels, right? Oh, sorry, Yildirim, if that was me. Yeah, I would. I think that Asari are a very interesting, unique, really cool species. Really cool race of people. Think about how much you could do in 1,000 years of life, right? Okay, about the Asari culture. Because of their long lifespan, Asari tend to have a long view, not common in other races. When they encounter a new species or situation... Hold on. I know what I need for this. I don't actually need glasses to see or read. I mean, I kind of need them to see from a distance, but listen, they're dirty and I need to wipe them. That just happens when you wear makeup. One moment. I'm back. You love the clear frames. I got them purely because they're trendy. No, I got them because they match every outfit. Playing with alien word. Oh, but not for being an English native. Oh, all good, Yildirim. I understand. Like, I don't. I know where you're coming from is what I mean to say. Okay, so when they encounter a new species or situation, the Asari are most comfortable with an extended period of passive observation and study than immediate action. Wow, that's so cool. They're unfazed that some of their investments or decisions may not pay off for decades or centuries. Matriarchs seem to make... Oh! I mean, I guess I don't really need to listen to the music as long as... I don't really need to listen to the music. It'll switch to something else in about an hour. Y'all let me know if you ever hear anything strange, because I'm not listening to my own stream anymore. Okay. Back to it. Matriarchs can seem to make incomprehensible decisions, but their insight is evident when their carefully laid plans come to fruition. In interstellar relations, this long view manifests in an unspoken policy of centrism. The Asari instinctively seek to maintain stable balances of economic, political, and military power. Traditionally, Asari spread their influence through cultural domination and intellectual superiority. They invite new species of advanced development to join the galactic community, knowing that their ideals and beliefs will inevitably influence the existing culture. They're so intelligent. Okay, Asari about their military doctrine. The Asari military resembles a collection of tribal warrior bands with no national structure. Each community organizes its own unit as the locals see fit and elect a leader to command them. Units from populous cities are large and well equipped, while those from farm villages may only be a few women with small arms. There's no uniform. Everyone wears what they like. Oh my god! The Asari military is not an irregular militia. However, those who serve are full-time professionals. The average Asari huntress is in the maiden stage of her life and has devoted 20 to 30 years to studying the martial arts. Asari choose to be warriors at a young age, and their education from that point is dedicated to sharpening the mind and body for that sole purpose. When they retire, they possess an alarming proficiency for killing. Huntresses fight individually or in pairs, depending on the tactics preferred in their town. One-on-one, a huntress is practically unbeatable, possessing profound tactical insight, a hunter's eye, and a dancer's grace and alacrity. What does alacrity mean? Silva, do I think that when they subtly influence humans, the Asari matron will be all like, sorry? Or do they already influence Earth's language just to do exactly that? I don't know. Silva. It's cool to think about. While fluid, wait, did I read that? Yeah, I was wondering what alacrity means. Brisk and cheerful ruddiness. Ooh. She accepted the invitation with alacrity. Thanks so much, Raven. That's so cool. Biotics are common enough that some capability is a requirement to be trained as a huntress. Lack of biotic talent excludes a young Asari from military service. While fluid and mobile, Asari can't stand up in a firestorm the way a Krogan, Turian, or human could. Since their units are small and typically lack heavy armor and support weapons, they're almost incapable of fighting a conventional war, particularly one of a defensive nature. So Asari units typically undertake special operations missions. Like an army of ninja, they are adept at ambush, infiltration, and assassination, demoralizing and defeating their enemies through intense, focused guerrilla strikes. As a popular Turian saying puts it, the Asari are the finest warriors in the galaxy. Fortunately, there's not many of them. Cool. Asari religion. The pantheistic, I don't know what that means either. Pantheistic mainstream Asari religion is Siari, which translates roughly as all is one. I just love everything they believe in. The faithful agree on certain core truths. The universe is a consciousness. Every life within it is an aspect of the greater whole. And death is a merging of one spiritual energy back into the greater universal consciousness. Okay, but I literally believe this. I literally believe that. Ciaris don't specifically believe in reincarnation. They believe that spiritual energy returned to the universal consciousness upon death will eventually be used to fill new mortal vessels. Oh my gosh. Pantheistic means the belief in several gods. Gotcha. Yeah, pantheon. Sorry, my nose is itchy. The inside of my nose, but I'm trying not to itch the inside of my nose on stream. Ah. Yeah, I know pantheon from Civ. Isn't that so funny how games teach us words? I'm not very familiar with religion, it's like terminology, but I learned pantheon from playing Civilizations. Pantheistic refers to the belief system or philosophical viewpoint in which the universe and all of nature are regarded as manifestations of a divine presence. In other words, pantheism is the idea that God or the divine is equivalent to the universe and everything within it. That's my belief. That's my belief. So that's very cool. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much and welcome in. Welcome to the Mercs. I'm doing a Mass Effect lore reading stream. Pantheistic actually is the belief that all things are God, right? I wouldn't say I personally believe in that. I wouldn't say. Everything that exists is just an aspect of God. I see. Top tier belief system, Asari. Totally. Totally. Yeah, I have some pretty similar beliefs to this, I'd say. Ciari became popular after the Asari left their homeworld and discovered their ability to meld with nearly any form of life. This ability is seen as proof that all life is fundamentally similar. Ciari priestesses see their role as promoting unity between the disparate shards of the universe's awareness. That's beautiful, gorgeous. It's all about wisdom and sharing and learning from each other. Before the rise of Ciari pantheism, Asari religions were as diverse as their political opinions. The strongest survivor of those days is the monotheistic. What does that mean? The religion worshipping the goddess Athame. Like the Asari, the goddess cycles through the triple aspects of maiden, matron, and matriarch. Cool. Now it's time to learn about the Solarians! Mono, one god. I see. I'm gonna sit now, okay? I'm gonna sit down now. I'm gonna sit down. My desk might be a little bit loud as it goes down. I've been standing for most of stream today. I love my sit-to-stand desk. It's so nice. Chair time hype. Yay. You're going to hear the creaky chair again. Okay. Keep her going. Hell yeah. Solarians are noted for their high-speed metabolism, which allows them to function on just 1 hour of sleep a day. Wow! So they have a shorter lifespan as well. That's interesting. They only need 1 hour of sleep, but they only live 40 years. I always learn so many new words when I read Game Over, which is why I love reading, and I want to start reading more. I don't read books. I read articles online, you know, and I read chat. And I listen to a lot of YouTube videos, educational YouTube videos, but I really want to, I got a library card a couple weeks ago so that I could get some books out. Jealous. Rye Raven, send me a Twitch whisper if you would like a link to this standing desk that I got. It was extremely affordable. That was something I was looking for. Was a standing desk that was extremely affordable. It was actually also on sale at the time. Rated highly. And that would work well for me and give me a lot of space. If you would like a link to it, feel free to send me a Twitch Whisper and say, hey, Kmerkle, can I have a link to the standing desk? And I'll send it. If you want. And even if not for now, for like later, if you ever want one. If you ever want to save towards one. Pretty affordable. Surprisingly affordable. Okay. Solarians' minds and bodies work faster than most sapient races, making them seem restless or hyperactive. Do they speak quickly as well? The drawback of this active metabolism is a short lifespan of around 40 human years. Makes sense. You need a highly rated desk if you're a streamer. Fiddlerhead, thank you again so much for dropping those 10 gift subs earlier and closing off our goal for a steamy game for our Valentine's event. Thanks for hanging. Okay. The Solarians are amphibian haplodiploid egg layers. Unfertilized eggs produce males and fertilized eggs produce females. Once a year, a Solarian female will lay a clutch of a dozen eggs. Social rules prevent all but a fraction from being fertilized. As a result, 90% of the species is male. I wonder why. Why the social rules? Let's hear. Thanks, Silva. Solarians have photographic memories and rarely forget a fact. Wow. They also possess a form of psychological imprinting, tending to defer to those they knew in their youth. Solarian hatching is a solemn ritual in which the clan, Dalatras, matriarch, isolates herself with the eggs. Oh my. The young Solarians psychologically imprint on her and tend to defer to her wishes. During the hatching of daughters, the Dalatrases of the mother and father's clans are present at the imprinting. This ensures the offspring have equal loyalty to both, ensuring the desired dynastic and political unity. Wow. The Solarian government is called the Solarian Union. It's a labyrinth web of matrilineal bloodlines with political alliances formed through interbreeding. In many ways, the Solarian political network functions like the noble families of Earth's medieval Europe. Structurally, the government consists of fiefdoms, baronies, duchies, planets, and marches, colonialization clusters. These are human nicknames. Their original Solarian is unpronounceable. Each area is ruled by a single Dalatras, matriarchal head of household, and represents an increasing amount of territory and prestige within the Solarian political web. Approaching 100 members, the first cycle of a Solarian's clan comprises parents, siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins. The next circle includes second cousins, etc., and escalates to well over 1,000 members. The fourth or fifth circle of a clan numbers into the millions. Solarian loyalty is greatest to their first circle and diminishes from there. Their photographic memories allow Solarians to recognize all their myriad relatives. Wow, so cool. Before they joined the Citadel Council, the Solarians' most potent military tool was a small reconnaissance team known as the League of One. And I was collecting all the League of One medallions in Mass Effect 1. Their primary training was in espionage and assassination. Never more than a dozen strong, the team was adept at infiltrating the tightest defenses and eliminating all necessary obstacles. Only a few top members of government and military were privy to the League's identities. League members wore no distinguishing garments and held no particular rank. The only evidence of their participation in the League was a small medallion presented to each member upon induction. The secrecy was maintained until the formation of the Council. In an effort to dispel rumors and appease their new Asari partners, the Solarian Union released all classified documents pertaining to the League. The League of One was suddenly exposed and in danger of being hunted by enemies of the Solarians. Before any harm could be done, the team mysteriously disappeared. Most assumed this was a convenient lie to help hide their identities, But a few months later, the inner cabinet was murdered. Though there was no incriminating evidence, it was clear who was responsible. Realizing the threat posed by this rogue outfit, the Special Task Group dispatched a team of hunters. When they didn't return, the STG dispatched 10 of its brightest operators with their broad discretionary powers. Only 2 returned. They reported no evidence of the League. No further incidents were reported, and it was assumed the League was wiped out. Some recently declassified documents, however, have suggested there may be a 13th member who eluded the Solarian military. Oh! I wonder if we get to meet them one day, or maybe, I don't know, they have a very short lifespan, so. Despot! Hello, 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 and welcome in. We're enjoying doing some Mass Effect lore reading. How are you doing today, Despot? What's going on? Hi. I'm gonna see if I need to fix my lipstick. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna wipe off my lipstick and I'll be back in a moment. Go get some water. See you in a sec.
Don't know what to do. Larry's just asking if I have games on my phone. There's different ways to ask Larry. God damn it. God damn it, Larry.
God damn it, Larry.
So aggressive.
Alien isolation clip and a little bit of a scare. And I have Gemma again. Gemma might sit and hang out with us. Okay. In principle, the Solarian military is similar to the Alliance, a small volunteer army that focuses on maneuver warfare. What differentiates the Solarians is not their equipment or doctrine, but their intelligence services and rules of engagement. The Solarians believe that a war should be won before it begins. I like that, because then there's less violence, maybe. Potentially. I'm taking Gemma's little sweater off at the moment. She's licking me like, yes, please. I would like to be sweaterless now. I got you, baby. Watch this. Gemma. Boop. And now she gets all the scritches. All the scritches. Conventional wisdom holds that the Solarians know everything about everyone, and this is not far from the truth. In war, the unquestioned superiority of their intelligence services allows them to use their small military to maximum effectiveness. Well, before fighting breaks out, they possess complete knowledge of their enemy's positions, intentions, and timetable. In every war the Solarians have fought, they struck first and without warning. For the Solarians to know an enemy's plans to attack and to let it happen is folly. They announce their plans to announce their own plans to attack is insanity. They find the human moral concepts of do not fire until fired upon and declare a war without prosecuting it incredibly naive. In defense wars, they execute devastating preemptive strikes hours before the enemy's own attacks. On the offense, they have never telegraphed their intentions with a declaration of war before attacking. Biotics are virtually unknown in the Solarian military. Those with such abilities are considered too valuable to be used as cannon fodder and are assigned to the intelligence services. While capable of defending themselves against most threats, the Solarians know that they are small fish in a universe filled with sharks. As a point of survival, they've cultivated strong alliances with larger powers, particularly with the Turians. Though their relationship between the two species was rocky at first, due to the Krogan uplift fiasco, the Solarians take pains to keep this relationship strong enough that anyone who might threaten them risks Turian intervention. So cool. The Solarians, ooh, they have a special task group. Solarian intelligence field agents are grouped into an organization called the Special Task Group. STG operators work in independent cells, performing dangerous missions such as counterterrorism, infiltration reconnaissance, assassination, and sabotage. The STG is a proactive organization, puncturing worrisome trends before they become movements. At any time, a dozen groups are operating covertly within the lawless Terminus systems. Highland Wolf! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome in. How was stream and what were you getting up to today? Feel free to tell me all the things. There's no pressure whatsoever, but I do love to hear what you had going on, what you were streaming, if you were playing a game, how it went. Thank you so much, Highland Wolf, for choosing to raid me today. Thanks for thinking of me to raid into. We are doing some Mass Effect lore reading today. We're taking a look at the Codex, and we got into all the secondary information, and so I'm narrating to everyone in chat as we enjoy learning about the Mass Effect universe. Pack of one or more wolves, say hello! Thanks so much for sending your raiders over here, Highland Wolf. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. What were you getting up to? Thank you so much, Highland Wolf. Fiddlerhead, so sweet to gift a sub to our lovely raider, Highland Wolf. Let's go! Thank you, Fiddlerhead. Super cool of you to do. Very kind and generous. Hey, enjoy Highland Wolf and all the things that come with a sub here. Thank you again for your raid. Hi, Thump Gaming. Hello. Thanks for lurking. Thanks so much for lurking, Thump Gaming. What are you playing right now? If you don't mind me asking, what's your game right now, Thump Gaming? Remind me. How goes all the Encyclopedia of Mass Effect? It's going really well. We're just on the very first category of the secondary information, which is not narrated in the game, right? So we learned all about the Asari. Now we're learning all about the Solarians. It's such a cool bunch of lore. I love it. I love it so much. It's so cool, not only to read, but I love getting to read aloud to stream. So it's been really chill, really cozy. We've been chatting a little bit here and there as well. And what were you getting up to, Highland Wolf? How'd things go? How did things go? Thank you for thanking Fiddlerhead for the sub. So, let's continue to hear about the STG. Thanks for getting that big shout out for Highland Wolf. So appreciated. You were ghosting all the bad Mongols on the island of Tsushima. It's been a great time enjoying that gorgeous game. And hold on. Highland Wolf, is this Ghost of Tsushima? And is it really difficult like a Souls game? Go check out Highland Wolf's channel. Support them back for sending that lovely raid my way, and consider filling that heart at the top of chat if you want to catch some Ghost of Tsushima. Are you enjoying it? I'm assuming, because you called it a gorgeous game, that you are. Highland Wolf, feel free to share with us anything at all about you that you'd like to. I love to give the opportunity to folks who raid in here. I also just love to know what you're getting up to in general, the games you're playing, what kinds of vibes you have as a streamer, when your next stream is, if you have any events coming up or anything at all that you want us to know, especially so that the folks here can learn more about you, know you absolutely have the opportunity to share, and I love to hear about it. And also, if you need a raid and fade for any reason at all, please do go get that self-care. Thank you again so much for the raid. Let's continue to hear about Solarians while you tell me all that stuff if you want to. The STG is a proactive organization, puncturing worrisome trends before they become movements. At any time, a dozen groups are operating covertly within the lawless Terminus systems, sowing dissent among the various factions. Civilian analysts also note how troublesome hinge point individuals in Terminus frequently meet unexpected deaths STG operators are feared throughout the galaxy for their clear-eyed, remorseless practicality. They are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their mission, even if it kills civilians or results in the team's own destruction. In many ways, they are akin to the Council Spectres. Recently, a number of STG cells have been redeployed from Solarian Union. It's assumed they are in the Terminus and Attican Traverse, investigating reports of Geth activity beyond the Perseus Veil. So cool. We are, Alex. We got to the secondary data now, and I'm learning about all the Council races. This next one we've been learning about is Solarians, and now we're going on to learn about the Turians. I love it, Alex. Welcome back. Highland Wolf, yeah, Ghost of Tsushima, and as for the difficulty, you'd say it's pretty fair, whether easy or not. Really, not quite Souls-like, but you have to admit you haven't played any FromSoft game. I don't know why I thought Ghost of Tsushima was kind of like a FromSoft game for some reason. Not a FromSoft game, but I don't know who made Ghost of Tsushima, but I thought it was similar. But maybe I'm completely wrong. Just putting on some lipstick because it helps with all the talking. And keeping hydrated in the winter here. Really reminds you more of Assassin's Creed. Ooh, you think I'm thinking of Sekiro. You're so right. I think I am thinking of Sekiro. Cool, it's kind of like Assassin's Creed. I've only seen a little gameplay of it, and from what I've seen of Assassin's Creed, it's a lot of running on rooftops and jumping down to perform a stealth kill on someone from the air. Thank you so kindly again, Highland Wolf. Really appreciate you. Really, really do. Let's learn about Turians! The Turian homeworld, Palaven, has a metal-poor core, generating a weak magnetic field and allowing more solar radiation into the atmosphere. To deal with this, most forms of life on Palaven evolved some sort of metallic exoskeleton to protect themselves. Their reflective plate-like skin makes Turians less susceptible to long-term, low-level radiation exposure, but they do not possess any sort of natural armor. A Turian's thick skin does not stop projectiles and directed energy bolts. Although life on Palaven is carbon-based and oxygen-breathing, it is built on dextroamino acids. This places the Turians in a distinct minority on the galactic stage. The Quarians are the only other known sapient dextroprotein race. The food of humans, Asari, or Solarians, who evolved in levo amino acid-based biospheres, will at best pass through Turian systems without providing any nutrition. At worst, it will trigger an allergic reaction that can be fatal if not immediately treated. What do they eat, then? Sucker Punch Studios, ooh, made Ghost of Tsushima. It did steal a bit of Ubisoft's thunder by making a game with samurais and stealth that is so well done. So no pressure, AC Shadows, right. So cool. Thanks for telling me about it, Highland Wolf. I hope you have some really yummy snacks to look forward to after your stream today, and lots of water and rest. Let's learn about the Turian culture. While Turians are individuals with personal desires, their instinct is to equate the self with the group and set aside personal desires for the good of all. Wow. Turians are taught to have a strong sense of personal accountability, the Turian honor that other races find so remarkable. Turians are taught to own every decision they make, good or ill. The worst sin they can make in the eyes of their people is to lie about their own actions. Turians who murder will try to get away with it, but if directly questioned, most will confess the crime. Wow, they're a species with a lot of candor. Turians have a strong inclination toward public service and self-sacrifice. I had no idea. So they tend to be poor entrepreneurs. To compensate, they accepted the mercantile Volus as a client race, offering protection in exchange for their fiscal expertise. The Turian military is the center of their society. It is not just an armed force, it's an all-encompassing public works organization. The military police are also the civic police. The fire brigades serve as the civilian population as well as military facilities. The Corps of Engineers builds and maintains spaceports, schools, water purification plants, and power stations. The Merchant Marine ensures that all worlds get needed resources. Super cool. Google says they're carnivores and can't eat plants. Oh, wow. Good to know, Rye Raven. Thanks for hanging out with us today. And all the info, all the helpful info. The Turian government is a hierarchical meritocracy. While it has great potential for misuse, this is tempered by the civic duty and personal responsibility Turians learn in childhood. Turians have 27 citizenship tiers, beginning with civilians. Oh my gosh, client races and children. The initial period of military service is the second tier. Formal citizenship is conferred at the third tier after boot camp. Oh, great. For client races, citizenship is granted after the individual musters out. What does that mean? Higher ranked citizens are expected to lead and protect subordinates. Lower ranked citizens are expected to obey and support superiors. Promotion to another tier of citizenship is based on the personal assessments of one's superiors and co-rankers. Throughout their lives, Turians ascend to higher tiers and are occasionally demoted to lower ones. The stigma associated with demotion lies not on the individual, but on those who promoted him when he wasn't ready for additional responsibility. This curbs the tendency to promote individuals into positions beyond their capabilities. Settling into a role and rank is considered stagnation. Turians value knowing one's own limitations more than being ambitious. I don't like that. That is a very... What is that? That's a very, not an abundance mindset, maybe. But they're very impressive species, or race in general. I think it's just as important is not considered stagnation. Yeah. I think it's important to know one's own limitations, but me personally, I think it's important to believe that you can always grow and improve, So that's why I think ambitiousness, is that a word? Ambition is what I mean. That's why I think ambition is important. Service guarantees citizenship. Cool. Oh, the P is silent in core. Thank you, Zartrin. Hi, Mad Jester. Hello, Mad Jester. Welcome in. We're doing lots of lore reading. At the top are the Primarchs, who each rule a colonization cluster. The Primarchs vote on matters of national import. They otherwise maintain a hands-off policy, trusting the citizens on each level below them to do their jobs competently. Turians enjoy broad freedoms. So long as one completes his duties and does not prevent others from completing theirs, nothing is forbidden. For example, there are no laws against recreational drug use. But if someone is unable to complete his duties due to drug use, his superiors step in. Judicial proceedings are interventions. Peers express their concern and try to convince the offender to change. If rehabilitation fails, Turians have no qualms about sentencing dangerous individuals to life at hard labor for the state. Damn! Although they lack the brutality of the Krogan, the skill of the Asari, and the virtuosity, is that how you pronounce that? Of the humans, the Turian military has formidable discipline. Careful with that one. The service guarantees citizenship in humans, right, is a sign of fascism, right? Yeah, that's just what the Mass Effect universe has to say about it. Offers and NCOs are lifers with years of field experience. Enlisted personnel are thoroughly trained and stay calm under fire. Turian units don't break, even if their entire line collapses. they fall back in order, settling ambushes as they go. A popular saying holds, you will only see a Turian's back once he's dead. Boot camp begins on the 15th birthday. Soldiers receive a year of training before being assigned to a field unit. Officers train for even longer. Most serve until the age of 30, at which point they become part of the reserves. Even if they suffer injuries preventing frontline service, most do support work behind the lines. Right, Turians are not human, so... Does it feel like a good amount of background lore or too much? I think it's a good amount of background lore. The way that all of this is optional and just exists in the game allows players to engage and learn and answer questions they may have at their own volition. So I think it would be impossible for me, personally, for there to be too much. And unless it was like too much fluff. If it was like way too much fluff. But I think they actually do a really good job of explaining everything and answering questions I didn't even know that I had, and building out the lore of the world makes it feel so much more alive. Biotics are uncommon. While admired for their exacting skills, Biotics' motives are not always fully trusted by the common soldier. The Turians prefer to assign their Biotics to a specialist team called Cabals. Command and control is decentralized and flexible. Individual squads can call for artillery and air support. They make extensive use of combat drones for light duties and practice combined arms. Infantry operates with armor, supported by overhead gunships. Strategically, they are methodical and patient, and dislike risky operations. Hi, Smiley! Smiley, hello! We are learning all about the different races in Mass Effect and everything in the game in general. How was your day today, Smiley? How are you feeling? Tradition is important to Turians. Each legion has a full-time staff of historians who chronicle its battle honors in detail. That's cool. The oldest have records dating back to the Turian Iron Age. If a legion is destroyed in battle, it is reconstituted rather than replaced. The Turians recruit auxiliary units from conquered or absorbed minor races. Auxiliaries are generally light infantry or armored cavalry units that screen and support the main Turian formations. At the conclusion of their service, in the auxiliaries, recruits are granted Turian citizenship. Smiley, you're working hard this weekend. So busy at the golf course. Well, great job with your work. I hope that you're taking care too as much as you can. So Turians and Solarians are complete opposites when it comes to their approach in military stuff. Thanks for chilling, Evander, by the way. Although Turians have a strict moral code, their belief in individual responsibility means that the concepts of good and evil are simply the individual's choice between egotism and altruism in any given decision. They have no concept of good deities that encourage noble behavior or evil ones that tempt individuals to misdeeds. Turians believe that groups and areas have spirits that transcend the individual. For example, a military unit would be considered to have a literal spirit that embodies the honor and courage it has displayed. A city spirit reflects the accomplishments and industry of its residents. An ancient tree spirit reflects the beauty and tranquility of the area it grows within. These spirits are neither good nor evil, nor are they appealed to for intercession. Turians do not believe spirits can affect the world, but spirits can inspire the living. Prayers and rituals allow an individual to converse with a spirit for guidance or inspiration. For example, a Turian who finds his loyalty tested may appeal to the spirit of his unit, hoping to reconnect with the pride and honor of the group. A Turian who wishes to create a work of art may attempt to connect with the spirit of a beautiful location. Wow, this is a very mindful practice that the Turians do. It's my personal take. You found it a bit addicting to stop for long periods and read up on anything they had, right? And then it feels like you learned something else new every playthrough since. Exactly. Turians enjoy absolute freedom of religion and can practice whatever appeals to them, so long as it does not impede anyone's ability to perform their duties. There are many practitioners of the Sari-Siarist philosophy. Oh, that's so cool. So they have more freedom of religion and philosophical beliefs. Welcome in, Raiders! Celestia, hi! Hello, 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 how do you do? Hello, hello, hello! Potato Raid, hi everyone! How was stream? I hope it was super enjoyable. What was everyone getting up to? I hope that you had a lovely time. Oh my gosh, I love your hair, Celestia. I've not seen your hair green, I don't think. Hello, hello there. We've gotten to meet and raid Celestia. Well, she was playing a bunch of Skyrim. Yay, you were playing more Skyrim too? Today, doing a fork and knife run? I would love to hear more about this. Raiders, what does the fork and knife run entail? And thank you, the green is a blast. It really suits you. Thank you so kindly for the raid, Celestia. It's so very appreciated. Y'all should please go follow Celestia. Every raid that we've had over here, that our community's gotten to go check out her stream, has been very warmly welcomed and really cozy energy and relaxing voice. If you're into a really nice place to enjoy some Skyrim gameplay and relaxing voice, go check out Celestia. She's got you. I'm putting on my boots actually right now so I can show y'all my Mass Effect cosplay. Welcome in, Ham and Taters and Ford and Celestia and Mr. Snipes. Hello. Mass Effect is going so well. We're actually not doing any gameplay today because today is entirely a lore reading stream. There's a codex in Mass Effect that details all the information about all the characters, all the alien races in the game, and so much more about the universe. So we've been enjoying learning all that together, and it was also a channel point challenge that we were doing to just have a whole stream about the codex. So we're really enjoying that right now. Thank you, Daniel, by the way, and hello again. The fork does 1 point of damage and the knife does 3. So basically, your fork and knife run, you can only use a fork or a knife as a weapon. That's so cool. And you added some frost enchantments and it's going all right. That is so cool. That is so, so cool and so interesting. And of course, Celestia, you love a good lore reading stream. You skipped over a lot of it, so this will be lovely. Yay! We are just starting the part where I'm reading because most of the codex is voiced, but there's a lot of secondary information that is left to the viewer if they want to investigate, so we're reading all that right now. And thank you so kindly for those follows, Celestia Raiders. So appreciated. Welcome into the Mercs. Thank you so much, Daniel. I will only call you out by name to thank you for following if I notice you in chat. So if you're lurking, I hope you enjoy your lurk, and thanks again for following. My name is Kmerkle, and I'm a silly goober from Canada who loves to spread positivity and kindness to everyone online, and especially folks who swivel on into chat. I love to play first playthroughs. I also love Bethesda games, including Skyrim and Fallout 4. And I love to cosplay, like I said, if I said that, I don't know. And I love to plan new events. I actually have an event coming up right now, not right now, but this week, which is my Valentine's weekend event, which could be 31 whole hours starting this Thursday. And take a look at my cosplay, and we'll get right back into the Mass Effecting. Thank you so much. If any of you beautiful mercs decided to go check out Celestia, our wonderful raider who was so kind to send their crew over here. And Becca Beckery, hello! Hello, hello! This is my favorite suit that I've been wearing. I've been wearing Mass Effect suits for every day of Mass Effect. This is my favorite one. I just love these suits so much. And if you're a streamer in chat or just a community member or chatter in general, feel free to whisper me if you want a link to any of these suits. Feel free to whisper me and say, hey, Kmerkle, can I have a link to that black suit? I got you. Very cool. Hey, that looks so cool. Thank you. I love it so much. I also have a pupper with me today. This is Gemma, and we're gonna do a swivel for you. We're gonna do a Gemma swivel. Gemma, Gemma, Gemma. Let's go. Let's go get the treats. Come on. Gemma! Spin, Gemma, spin! Good girl! Spin, Gemma. Good girl, baby. Let's see another one. Good girl. Give paw. Good girl, Gemma. Lay down. Good girl. Yay! Thank you. Thanks for the Gemma swivel emotes. She really does spin. She's a category cute tornado. I love her so much. She's so sweet. Hi, Joe Baker boy. Hello. Hello there. 10 out of 10 soul patch. Yeah, she's got the white little beard. Thanks for being here, everybody. You're the best. You're the best. Let's enjoy some more lore together. Boop. So we've been learning all about the Turians and their religion. The Turians are a race in Mass Effect. And we happen to have Daddy Garrus, everyone calls him, Garrus on our squad in Mass Effect 1. Oh, no you, Joe Baker boy. Turians enjoy the absolute freedom of religion. I think I read this. Since opening dialogue with the Human Systems Alliance, some Turians have embraced Confucianism and Zen Buddhism. Cool. Now we're going to learn about the Turians and the Unification War. At about the time the Solarians and Asari were forming the Council, the Turians were embroiled in a bitter civil war. The Unification War, as it was later named, began with the hostilities between the colonies furthest from the Turian homeworld, Palaven. These colonies were run by local chieftains, many of whom had distanced themselves from the hierarchy. Without the galvanizing influence of the government, the colonies became increasingly isolated and xenophobic. Colonists began wearing emblems or facial markings to differentiate themselves from members of the other colonies, and open hostilities became common. When war finally broke out, the hierarchy maintained strict diplomacy and refused to get involved. After several years of fighting, less than a dozen factions remained, and the hierarchy finally intervened. By that time, the chieftains were too weak to resist. They were forced to put an end to the fighting and renew their allegiance to the hierarchy. Though peace was restored, it took several decades for animosity between colonists to fade completely. To this day, most Turians still wear the facial markings of their home colonies. That makes sense. That makes sense why they sometimes have those facial markings. As a point of interest, the Turian term barefaced refers to one who is beguiling or not be trusted. It's also a slang term for politicians. Wow. Wow. Okay. We have learned all about the council races. It's time to learn about the extinct races. We're on the third category. Third of 9. Okay. The beacon. So we're learning about the Protheans now. The beacon was a Prothean artifact unearthed on the Alliance colony of Eden Prime. Its resemblance to the Prothean databanks recovered on Mars provoked immediate interest from the Alliance and the Citadel Council. It proved to be a solid-state data storage device, part of a galaxy-spanning comm network, similar to the modern extranet. Intact Prothean paleo technology is rare. The beacon seemed to promise another quantum leap of technology, akin to the discovery of the Mass Effect drive and relays. Unfortunately, the beacon also drew the attention of the rogue Spectre, Saren Arterius, and his synthetic allies, the Geth. A dawn raid by his flagship Sovereign resulted in hundreds of civilian casualties. The beacon was badly damaged. The motives behind the attack are still being investigated. During the recovery operation, the beacon fired a pulse of energy at the executive officer of the Alliance frigate, Normandy. Lieutenant Commander Shepard survived and appears to have suffered no ill effects. Afterwards, the beacon fell inert. The mechanism appears to be dead. Now, about the cipher. The Prothean beacon downloaded its knowledge into Lieutenant Commander Shepard on Eden Prime, causing confusing dreams and visions. While the imagery is becoming clearer with time, the meaning of the beacon communication remains elusive. It's been suggested that Prothean data recording is highly dependent on a certain point of view, what Carl Jung described as the collective unconscious. The cipher needed to comprehend the images implanted in Shepard's mind is the cultural knowledge of a Prothean, the archetypes, biological instincts, and common experiences universal to the race. Since the Protheans have been dead for millennia, it may be impossible to acquire this cipher. About Prothean data disks. Despite all the evidence confirming the existence of the Protheans, little is known about their culture and society. From time to time, dig sites will yield new clues, but after 50,000 years of decay, little of value is unearthed. Recent research has focused on the discovery of Prothean data disks. On their own, they are frail and rarely found in one piece. Occasionally, however, an intact disk will be discovered within a console or reading device. Hey yo, Beretsky! Hi! Hello. We're doing Mass Effect lore reading and learning about the Protheans. How do you do? To date, over 36 disks have been recovered, and a few of those have been restored to the point where researchers can begin analyzing them. Though it may be some time before scientists discover a way to transfer the data off the disks, they are currently considered the most tangible leads for learning more about the Prothean culture. So cool! Okay, now to learn about the non-council races. First, we have the Geth armatures. Armatures are quadruped all-terrain heavy weapons platforms, akin to the armored fighting vehicles of other races. Geth being synthetic intelligences, armatures are not crude vehicles, but intelligent entities, capable of independent decision-making and learning. Armatures are equipped with heavy kinetic barriers. Their main cannon, mounted on the articulated head turret, appears to be highly efficient conventional mass accelerator. It is capable of firing in anti-personnel and anti-tank modes. Some armatures carry drones into battle, presumably for reconnaissance purposes. Others host a swarm of insect-sized repair microbots. This was not complete. There's no period at the end of the sentence. There are so many grammar mistakes, by the way, that I'm not even bringing up. Quadruped, that's right. Four-legged quadruped, that's right too. Thanks, Artrin. Geth hoppers. The Geth models, collectively dubbed hoppers, they're so freaky, by Alliance forces, are electronic warfare platforms. They can project electromagnetic radiation across a broad spectrum as an offensive weapon. They can also perform cyber warfare attacks against the onboard computers of body armor, hard suits, and weapons, adversely affecting their performance. The structure of hoppers consists of an advanced and highly elastic artificial muscle material. This allows a hopper to compress its entire body for powerful leaps. Hoppers also have thousands of molecule-scale barbs on the surfaces of their hands and feet, which are used to cling to walls and ceilings. Hoppers are very difficult targets, leaping from one surface to another in rapid succession. I got you. Thank you, Zartrin. The Quarians have no record of any Geth models similar to hoppers. This new morphotype must have been developed over the last 300 years by the Geth themselves. This is troubling proof that the Geth are continuing to move towards technological singularity. Experts in synthetic life are intrigued that the Hoppers appear to be even more organic than the baseline Geth. The identified subtypes of Hopper have been codenamed Sapper, Stalker, and Ghost. Wow. Now it's time to learn about Krogan biology, culture, the genophage, and Krogan rebellions. The Krogan evolved in a lethal ecology. Over millions of years, the grim struggle to survive larger predators, virulent disease, and resource scarcity on their homeworld, Tuchanka, turned the lizards into quintessential survivors. Perhaps the most telling indicator of Tuchanka's lethality is the Krogan eyes. Although they are a predator species by any standard definition, their eyes evolved to be wide-set, as in earth prey species like deer and cattle. Thanks so much for the hydrate, Evan Smile. That's really thoughtful while I'm doing all this reading. I hope that you're doing well today, and welcome on into stream. Coffee. Coffee hydrates, right? Krogan eyes have a 240 degree arc of vision. Damn! Better suited for spotting enemies sneaking up on them than for pursuit. Physically, the Krogan are nigh indestructible, with a tough hide impervious to any melee weapon short of a molecular blade. While they feel pain, it does not affect their ability to concentrate. They have multiple functioning examples of all major organs and can often survive the loss of one or two of any type. Rather than a nervous system, they have an electrically conductive second circulatory system. A Krogan can never be paralyzed. They may lose some of this fluid, but it can be replaced by the body in time. The hump on a Krogan's back stores water and fats that help the Krogan survive lean times. Large humps are a point of pride. My hump, my hump, my hump, my hump. My lovely Krogan hump. Check it out. Being well-fed implies the Krogan is a superior predator. The most widely known biological feature of the Krogan is their incredible birth rate and rapid maturity. Once freed from the hostile cauldron of Tuchanka, the Krogan population swelled into a numberless horde. Only the genophage kept them from outbreeding the combined council races. Now, the rare Krogan females capable of bringing a child to term are treated like strategic resources. Warlords will trade them at diplomacy, or, more frequently, fight wars over them. Holy crap. The harsh Krogan homeworld conditioned the Krogan psychology for toughness, just as it did the body. Krogan have always had a tendency to be selfish, unsympathetic, and blunt. They respect strength and self-reliance and are neither surprised nor offended by treachery. The weak and selfless do not live long. In their culture, looking out for number one is simply a matter of course. Hi, Kishore. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome into a Mass Effect lore stream. I am reading aloud the Codex to everyone today. It's good to have you here. I hope you're doing well. What you up to today? After their defeat in the rebellions, the very concept of Krogan leadership was discredited. Where a warlord could once command enough power to bring entire solar systems to heel and become overlord, these days it's rare for a single leader to have more than 1,000 warriors swear allegiance to him. Most Krogan trust and serve no one but themselves. This solitary attitude stems in part from a deep sense of fatalism and futility, a profound social effect of the genophage that caused Krogan numbers to dwindle to a relative handful. Not only are they angry that the entire galaxy seems out to get them, the Krogan are also generally pessimistic about their race's chances of survival. The surviving Krogan see no point to building for the future. There will be no future. The Krogan live with an attitude of kill, pillage, and be selfish. For tomorrow, we die. Jeez. The genophage bioweapon was created to end the Krogan rebellions. From the start, the Krogan had overwhelmed the Council. Only timely first contact with the Turians saved the Council races. The Turians fought the Krogan to a standstill, but sheer weight of Krogan numbers indicated the war could not be won through conventional means. The Turians collaborated with the Solarians to genetically engineer a counter to the rapid breeding of the Krogan. The genophage virus gained the energy to replicate by eating key genetic sequences. Every cell in every Krogan had to be altered for the weapon to be foolproof. Otherwise, the Krogan could have used gene therapy to fix the affected tissues. Once a genophage... Is it genophage? Genophage strand could find no more genes to eat, it would starve and die, limiting spin-off mutation and contamination. This created genetic flaw is hereditary. The Solarians believed that the genophage would be used as a deterrent, a position the Turians viewed as naive. Once the project was complete, the Turians mass-produced and deployed it. The Krogan homeworld, their colonies, and all occupied worlds were infected. Thank you, Joe Baker Boy. Y'all got any water next to you? I always drink more water when I have a glass near me, but just be careful not to spill if you're by your PC. Water. Yeah, I'm trying to go back and forth between coffee and water. The resulting mutation made only 1 in 1,000 Krogan pregnancies carry to term. It did not reduce fertility, but offspring viability. That's really heartbreaking. Can I just say that is so heartbreaking, considering the fact that that means that female Krogans have to carry a child that could potentially be a failed attempt over and over and over. It's like a human going through a miscarriage, except it's the norm for Krogan females. It's rough for sure. That being said, I totally understand why they developed the genophage, because they had no chance of winning the war. It is unfortunate, though, for the Krogan females who have to deal with all of that loss. Not only the females, but the males as well, who are trying to have an offspring, right? The rare females able to carry children to term became prizes. I also hate this as well. The female Krogan have become enslaved through war and are like an object to be sold, and do you know what I mean? Became prizes the Krogan warlords fought brutal battles over. Who are the ones that made the virus? The virus was made by the Solarians. It's not just the Solarians. Let me see. So the Turians were fighting the Krogan, and then the Turians, here we go. The Turians collaborated with the Solarians to genetically engineer the genophage. So the Krogan are a shadow of their former glory. While the rebellions took place centuries ago, they're constantly reminded of the horror of the genophage and their inability to counter it. The release of the genophage is still controversial. I agree. Because I feel that they needed a backup plan to stop the genophage once the Krogan were brought to an acceptable amount of people. Now, I'm sounding like someone who believes in like frickin' culling of people for overpopulation. However, I'm specifically talking about the Krogan and their advantage in wars specifically and killing people. I think that I agree with the fact that they had to take down their numbers, but they should have had a way to reverse it, because now their poor race is doomed to die out, and I don't think that's fair. At the direction of the Council, the Solarians actually deployed it. Yeah. You wonder if that part of the lore was inspired by The Handmaid's Tale. I don't know. I haven't read it or seen the series. The problem for the Krogan was not that they were great at war. It was that they bred new soldiers so quickly. Yeah, their numbers were massive. They would simply overwhelm the galaxy. Yeah, they're breeding out of control. The release yes, bitterly debated in many circles. Millions of innocent Krogan suffering for generations. Yes, Treasure Quarian. And now they're pessimistic creatures now. They're pessimistic species because they have no faith in the survival of their race. That's heartbreaking. After the Rachni War, the quick breeding Krogan expanded at the expense of their neighbors. See, that's unfortunate. Warlords leveraged their veteran soldiers to seize living space while the council races were still grateful. Over centuries, the Krogan conquered world after world. There was always just one more needed. When the council finally demanded withdrawal of the Asari colony of Lucia, Krogan overlord Kredak stormed off of the citadel, daring the council to take their worlds back. You get to learn a lot more about this all in Mass Effect 2. Cool. But the council had taken precautions. The finest STG operators and Asari huntresses had been drafted into a covert observation force, the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. The Spectres opened the war with crippling strategic strikes. Krogan planets went dark as computer viruses flooded the extranet. Sabotaged antimatter refineries disappeared in blue-white annihilation. Headquarters stations shattered into orbit-clogging debris, rammed by pre-placed suicide freighters. Still, this only delayed the inevitable. The war would have been lost if not for first contact with the Turians, who responded to Krogan threats with the prompt declaration of war. Being on the far side of Krogan space from the Council, the Turians advanced rapidly into the light-defended Krogan rear areas. Oh my gosh, not their rear areas. The Krogan responded by dropping space stations and asteroids on Turian colonies. That's horrible. 3 worlds were rendered completely uninhabitable. Very destructive. Wow. This was precisely the wrong approach to take with the Turians. Each is first and foremost a public servant, willing to risk his life to protect his comrades. Rather than increasing public war weariness, Krogan tactics stiffened Turian resolve. The arrival of Turian task forces saved many worlds from the warlords' marauding fleets, but it took development of the genophage bioweapon to end the war. There were decades of unrest afterwards. Rogue warlords and holdout groups of insurgents refused to surrender or disappeared into the frontier systems to become pirates. Phrasing galore. Yeah, I was just making a joke. Now we're going to hear about the Quarians! Put a 1 in chat if you would like to be a Quarian. The migrant fleet has little economic base, operating in a state of perpetual hand-to-mouth. While Quarian ships include light manufacturing and assembly plants, they lack heavy industries such as refining and shipbuilding. The fleet has tankers for water purification and oxygen cracking, but the space-intensive nature of agriculture limits food production. A single disaster could destroy the fragile balance. Couldn't wear that suit all the time? Fair. I guess you're kind of used to it as a Quarian. But I get it. Treasure Quarian. Enough health problems without what they are susceptible to. Uh-oh! Let's hear about it then. The Quarians earn income in creative ways. Because the government is obliged to provide food, water, air, and medical support for every individual, can we get a round of applause for the Quarian government? Can we get a round of applause for the Quarian government that is providing its people with the basic necessities of survival? That is the kind of world I believe in. Let me just tell you, That's the kind of world that I want here on Earth for humans. That's what I think everyone deserves. At this time, with all of the technological advancements that we have, I really hope that, you know, we have some really out-of-the-box thinkers that can help end suffering on Earth, and, you know, something that would take centuries, but something I think everyone deserves. The Conclave strategically determines the course of the fleet to bring in resources and income. A species who suspects the migrant fleet is heading towards their space often offers a gift of surplus starships, fuel, and resources to convince the Conclave to alter course. As the fleet passes through a system, swarms of mining vessels work over asteroids for metals and silicious materials and cometary bodies for water, ice, and organics. Quarian miners are adept at locating and strip mining spaceborne resources. This sparks conflict with corporations already working the system. Large mining concerns spend millions on lobbyists and public relations portraying the Quarians as locusts, devouring the resources of a system before moving on. A lot of people in Mass Effect are under the impression that Quarians are also thieves. So that's interesting to read that. The greatest asset of the Quarians is their rarefied skills. Most are experienced miners. Due to their life of perpetual salvage and repair, they are skilled engineers and technicians. More than once, the very corporations that lobby against the Quarians have made backroom deals with the fleet, arranging for skilled Quarians to fill space engineering jobs that other species would demand higher wages for. Well, that's not fair at all. Giving them less wages, even though they're arguably likely more proficient at the job. Quarians are widely hated among the working classes. That's so sad. The Quarians are coming to take our jobs is a common response to the fleet's approach. Wow. That's humanity with artificial intelligence and robots. Due to the Quarians' precarious existence and the need to enforce strict rationing, government is somewhat autocratic. The migrant fleet's operations are directed by Admiralty? A board of 5 military officers who are advised by a legislative body called the Conclave. Each vessel in the fleet has the right to send representatives to the Conclave aboard the flagship. The number of representatives is based on crew size. Larger clans with bigger ships and more votes form the cores of political blocs. Opposition comes from the Outriders Coalition, with delegates from thousands of smaller ships. They remind you of the ROMs in Western Europe. I don't know about them. The Admiralty, I feel like I'm saying that wrong. I don't know how else you'd say it though. Admiralty defers to the Conclave's decisions in most circumstances. However, if all 5 members agree that a Conclave decision jeopardizes the survival of the fleet and cannot get the Conclave to address their concerns, they have the right to summarily overturn the legislative decision. Thanks, Red Shadow. Thanks, Artrin. I really appreciate it. After the Admiralty uses this extraordinary power, they must resign. If the Admiralty does not step down after using their veto, the rest of the military is obliged to arrest them. Each ship captain has authority over his vessel, but is advised by an elected civilian council, just as the Admiralty is advised by the Conclave. This relationship may range from cooperation to polite tolerance to outright hostility, but any captain who overrules his council without good reason is relieved of command by the Admiralty. Many Quarian ships are owned by clans who pool their resources to purchase used vessels from private sellers. Large ships are prestigious for big, rich clans, but a small ship means status for a small clan with enough personal wealth to avoid a private vessel. Clan vessel captains are not subject to dismissal by the Admiralty. Abusive captains are a family problem if they do not disrupt the operations of the fleet. Imagine if a president had to step down after vetoing a vote or issuing an executive order, right? This is so interesting to read about. Thank you all for being here and hanging out and listening to the narration. I also love narrating things in general. I get a lot of practice on stream trying to speak in a way that conveys a lot of meaning. I don't know how much it comes across, how I purposely do this. I feel like a lot of people do that too, but I try to narrate in a way that conveys a lot of meaning, and I really enjoy it. And I also really want to get into voice acting one day, so it's a lot of good practice for me. Thanks, Rye Raven. I appreciate you. The migrant fleet is the largest concentration of spacefaring vessels in the galaxy, sprawling across millions of kilometers. It can take days for the entire fleet to pass through a mass relay. When the Quarians fled their homeworld, the fleet was a motley aggregation of freighters, shuttles, industrial vessels, and the odd warship. After 3 centuries, all have been modified to support larger crews as comfortably as possible. As the Quarians achieved stability, they began weeding out the ships least suitable for long-term habitation, selling them and pooling the money to buy larger and more space-worthy hulls. That's smart. This process is ongoing as vessels wear out and break down. Thanks, Raven. It's a huge dream of mine to do voice acting, especially in games, in an upcoming game. While some ships enjoy dedicated cabins with full privacy and sanitary facilities, many more are former freighters, whose cargo bays and containers are pressurized and divided into family spaces using simple metal cubicle bulkheads. The Quarians enliven these austere spaces with colorful quilts and tapestries, which also help muffle sound. The day-to-day operations of the fleet, traffic control, station keeping, supply distribution, and so on, are under military jurisdiction. Though ship captains have the authority to deviate from their assigned positions and may leave the fleet at any time, they are assumed to do so at their own risk. As the migrant fleet moves around the galaxy...
Let's see how this does enliven.
Many ships split off to pursue individual goals, returning days or years later. Was it right, Soulblazer? Now it's time to learn about the pilgrimage! When Quarians of the migrant fleet reach young adulthood, they must leave their birth ship and find a new crew to accept them as permanent residents. Excuse me. Yay, I had it right. To prove themselves, they must recover something of value. This is offered to their prospective captain as proof that they will not be a mere burden on the shoestring resources of the ship. This process is called the pilgrimage. Stripped of ritual, the pilgrimage is merely an attempt to maintain genetic diversity within the small, relatively associated population bases that make up the migrant fleet. No way. But they also explained that the pilgrimage was also meant to help with limited resources on the ship so that they would bring back items of value. But it says here, if the young stayed and married within their birth vessel, I combine the word vessel and risk. Sometimes I'm a read-ahead reader. Put a 1 in chat if while you are reading, your eyes are just non-consciously tracking ahead. Sometimes my brain mixes up the words without meaning to. If the young stayed and married within their birth vessel, the risk of inbreeding would increase sharply. Yeah, do you read a bit ahead, Zartrin? And you too, Red Shadow and Danny and Bretsky? Whereas Soulblazer, I'm assuming you track more with where you are. Quarians are surgically fitted with their various immunity-boosting implants in preparation for leaving on pilgrimage. Having grown up within the sterile, controlled environments of the migrant fleet ships, Quarians have virtually no natural immune system. Oh dang, that's what you were talking about, Zartrin. Do you do a bit of both, Minstrel? An interesting observation that I make about myself is when I am reading, often I will accidentally read the wrong word on the next line, if that makes sense. I'll be on one line and I'll accidentally read a word on the line below it, even though I'm not looking at or reading the line below it, if that makes sense. It's just that it's in my vision and my brain sort of non-consciously accidentally reads the wrong word thinking I'm on the wrong line, even though I'm not necessarily looking at the word. It also just a little bit reminds me of the cool thing that brains do, where if you're talking out loud to someone and you're trying to search up something on the web, sometimes you can accidentally type what you're saying. Like, it's funny while trying to multitask the things that can happen. Soulblazer, you had to read 1,000 pages a weekend in grad school. You learned to read well quickly. Yeah. Another thing I think of is like when I'm writing and someone's talking to me, I can sometimes accidentally start writing what they're saying. I catch it very quickly every time when these sort of things happen. I catch it so quick. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? But maybe some of you relate and have done that at some point in your life. Zartrin, you're thinking that the Quarians might also develop severe autoimmune disorders as the existing immune system has little to fight off. Reading out loud's very different to reading in your head, you think? Yes, true. What is your technique, chat? Mercs here. What's your technique for reading in your head when you're reading a book? Are you the kind of what do I mean by that? I mean, like, are you the kind of person to like follow along with your finger where you are? Do you ever have to go back and reread sections? Does your brain ever do that thing where you read a paragraph and then you're like, whoa, 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 what did I just read? And have to read the thing again? You kind of skim read, but you still get the meaning of what you're reading. No finger, that would slow your reading down. Fair enough. I actually follow along with where I'm reading. I am the kind of person that I do follow along, but I don't usually use my finger to do so. I don't know why I like to do this. It kind of helps my brain to, I don't know, get rid of the other stuff going on. So like, say I was reading this, which is my goals I wrote for myself today, and I'm reading, I usually have a piece of paper or something. And as I'm going, I'm moving the piece of paper down to like block the other text while I'm following along. I like to follow along with my reading, but that's just me. Tally mentions her immune system is compromised because she lives in her suit. Oh, so the suit also would be like next level mask. Like the Quarians in COVID, it's like basically a hazmat suit that they're wearing. They'd be fine. There you go, Zartrin. It would suck though to not be able to take it off and just be terrified of catching anything. Can Quarians take off their suit? Potentially, if a Quarian was in a place where they're completely safe from immune system threats, can they be apart from their suit? Did I read about that? Did I forget that? Did I forget anything? Minstrel, you are a super slow reader with immaculate retention. You're basically reading out loud, but just not vocalizing. That's so cool. Bretsky, you've learned to multitask with most things, but you can't read and do anything else at the same time. Oh, me neither. Me neither, Bretsky. Red Shadow, sometimes you read the same sentence twice, but that's okay if you don't have a bookmark. Exactly. I usually use a bookmark while I'm tracking down Red Shadow. Yeah. Despud, you can't multitask with reading? Fair. You forget what you read immediately after reading it way too often. ADHD? ADHD? Just being silly, Danny. I don't know if you've ever told me if you have it or think you might. Zartrin, no finger, but you sometimes reread sections, especially if you're tired. have been reading a while or are otherwise distracted. You read a lot on long bus rides, so it was easier that way. Yeah. I also sometimes have to reread sections, especially if I'm tired, so that happens. It's very normal. Reading large amounts was very difficult for you in school, right? Right, Minstrel? They take off their suits then. Like, how would they make babies otherwise? I don't know if I should get into this, Artrin, but, like, you can think of how they could potentially do it. Like, I'm not even gonna say. I'm not even gonna say. I'll let your imagination do the work. They only take off their suits in a sterile environment. Cool. Yeah, they run the risk of sickness doing so, yeah. You have suspicions, but haven't been officially diagnosed. Yeah. That was me, Danny. Until now. So, Quarians are surgically fitted with their various immunity-boosting implants. In preparation for leaving on pilgrimage, having grown up in the sterile, controlled, and I did read this all. Environments of the migrant fleets ships, Quarians have virtually no natural immune system. Hot damn. We read about all the non-council races. Now it's time to hear about the Citadel and the galactic government. Let's go. They consider linking suits. How would that work? How would they link suits? To be the height of trust because of the danger. Damn. Striker. Let's learn about the Citadel conventions. So, these diplomatic talks occurred in the wake of the Krogan rebellions as a response to the destruction of the conflict and an attempt to distance the Council from the brutal Krogan warfare. The conventions regulate the use of weapons of mass destruction. A weapon of mass destruction causes environmental alteration to a world. A bomb that produces a large crater is not considered a weapon of mass destruction. A bomb that causes a nuclear winter is. Use of weapons of mass destruction is forbidden on garden worlds like Earth, with ecospheres that can readily support a population. If a habitable world is destroyed, it will not be replaced for millions of years. The conventions do not forbid the use of weapons of mass destruction on hostile worlds or in sealed space station environments. Many militaries continue to develop and maintain stockpiles. Great. Thanks for the follow and welcome into the stream. Welcome to the Mercs. Really appreciate the support. We're having a whole lore reading stream today because I am a lore and I love lore. Thanks for another hydrate, Heaven Smile. Hey, I have a totally random announcement that's not at all important, but just randomly came up. So I actually decided to remove the only warning on my stream. So I used to have, like, literally last stream and all my streams since I began streaming, I've had the significant profanity and vulgarity warning on. I've decided to turn it off for a few reasons. Number one, I would actually like to swear less in my streams. I like to be a more applicable stream to everyone, and I would like my stream to no longer have a warning that, you know, people have to click through to get to my stream. I also feel like I maybe don't swear as excessively these days as I potentially used to on my channel, and I'm also working on that too. Basically, I'm hoping to not need the warning. And yeah, I also know that having that warning on my stream could be greatly hindering my chance to be accepted on the front page of Twitch, which I'm now applying for every month. So lots of things, lots of reasons, and that I decided to do that. But yeah.
Oh shit.
Here we go again. Not you playing the reading that has a swear. But you know, it's okay for me to swear on stream. It's okay for chat to swear. It's just that that warning is specifically for excessive profanity. So, Swearing! I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the washroom. Zartrin, for my self-care corner redeem, I'm gonna go to the washroom. I really appreciate you. I'll be right back. It won't be long at all. I'm just running to the washroom, coming back, and then we'll keep on reading. I will play some clips while I'm away. See you soon.
Oh, fuck. Please let me make it back. No!
Open up!
Raptor, that timing!
Oh. J-Boogie, I just got a huge weapon upgrade on my second day. I'm so happy, J-Boogie. Look at my baps. I don't look at my dodging, okay? But look at my baps. Bap! Did you see that damage? Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay, heal. You almost made...
I really love what I do.
Oh. J-Boogie, I just got a huge weapon upgrade on my second day. I'm so happy, J-Boogie. Look at my baps. I don't look at my dodging, okay? But look at my baps. Bap! Did you see that damage? Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay, heal. You almost made...
Bap.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Hey, did I mention fuck you?
Bap.
Did I say fuck your shit? Your family? Get out of my life? Oh my gosh, that was so funny. What timing? Right after that whole thing on profanity too, and then there's that clip, so yeah. I won't be like that anymore, but I'll be like, you heckin' mother flippin' biscuit muffin lover! That's how I'll be. Oh, we'll get some funny alternatives going. Oh my gosh. You feel that swearing is forgivable with Souls-like games. Yeah, the frustration I was feeling. Oh, this melody. What's it from, Mikey? Or maybe you can't tell me. It might be spoilers. I might be baiting spoilers. Okay, let's keep hearing about weapons of mass destruction. The conventions graded weapons of mass destruction into tiers of concern. Tier 1 is the greatest threat to galactic peace. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Good to have you, eh? Thanks so much for the support. Tier 1 weapons are large kinetic impactors, such as asteroid drops or deorbiting space stations, effectively free and available in any system in the form of debris left over from planetary accretion? Accretion? Kinetic impactors are the weapon of choice for terrorists in Third Galaxy nations. Is Third Galaxy nation their way of saying, like, is their way of, like third world country, but for galaxy nations? I believe the word you're looking for is developing galaxy. I'm being sassy and silly, by the way. Mitch, thank you so much. We're nerdy. We're nerdy today. We're looking into lore. Mitchie, how are you doing, Mitchie? Beer Stain, thank you for the love. Thanks so much, Beer. We're reading lore, and I love it. Tier 2, Accretion. Accretion. What? Oh my gosh! Midnight Gaming Matt, you wanted to drop by and say Daft Punk came on your Spotify yesterday, and you just had a big ol' smile thinking about me playing Beat Saber on VR to that song, and what a great stream that was. That was the most fun I've had in my entire life. I would do anything! I would do anything to be able to stream Beat Saber again. My VR system is broken right now. I have been working so hard trying to get it fixed. Not having a lot of luck. It sucks so bad, but I haven't tried everything. I haven't contacted the company themselves for tech help, so that's my next step. The other reason why I can't stream Beat Saber is because it gets copyrighted. All the music gets copyrighted to shit on Twitch, so it's not something I can stream. However, when I get my VR system fixed, and I don't have the issue with the headset stuttering anymore, I will have a goal to do a Beat Saber Discord stream. We will have the time of I'll have the time of my life. I know that for sure. I will have the time of my life with you all in Discord, and we don't have to worry about a freaking thing with copyright. So that'll be so fun when we can do that again. Yay. Mitch, you're working from home. The weather is bad still. I hope that you're staying safe. Hey, me too, PC. Me too. And that's why when I took sociology PC, there was another term provided, which was developing countries. So I got into the habit of saying that. Planetary accretion is basically how we think planets form, accumulating enough dust, asteroids, gases with gravity to eventually form a planet. Cool. At least I have lots of room for activities. So true, Raven. So true. So Tier 2 weapons. Tier 2 weapons of mass destruction include uncontrolled, self-replicating weapons, such as nanotechnology, viral or bacteriological organisms, von Neumann devices. Can someone explain what that is? And destructive computer viruses. These weapons can lie dormant for millennia, waiting for a careless visitor to carry them on to a new world. Tier 3 weapons of mass destruction include large energy burst weapons, such as nuclear or antimatter warheads. And Tier 4 weapons of mass destruction include alien species deliberately introduced to crowd out native forms necessary for the health of an ecosystem. Ecological tampering can take years to bear fruit, making it difficult to prove. I'm gonna finish my coffee because it's 10 p.m. and it's getting too late to have coffee. I thought I spilled. You know how if you have a straw with a beverage and you pick it up, sometimes the straw can have liquid in it and then break the surface tension, and then the liquid can come out the top of the straw even if it makes sense. It doesn't make any sense, but thankfully we're safe. You think von Neumann devices is referring to self-replicating machines. Nanobots that can replicate themselves indefinitely as long as they have matter to reprocess. Oh! You know what that makes me think of? The Horizon Zero Dawn series and the machines. Okay. Let's hear about Citadel Security. Citadel Security is a volunteer police service answering to the Citadel Council. The 200,000 constables of CSEC are responsible for maintaining public order in the densely populated Citadel. They also provide pirate suppression, customs enforcement, and search and rescue throughout the Citadel cluster. CSEC has 6 divisions: enforcement, which include uniformed officers who patrol the Citadel and respond to emergencies; investigation, who are detectives who puzzle out the truth behind crimes and bring perpetrators to justice. There are customs, CSEC people, who screen the thousands of passengers and cargo containers that pass through the Citadel's ports every day. Network, who deal with cybercrimes like identity and copyright theft, hacking, and viral attacks, and illegal artificial intelligence. There's the Special Response Team, who deal with hostage situations, bombs, and heavily armed criminals. In the unlikely event that attackers board the Citadel, they are also the front line of defense, armed with military-grade equipment. There's the Patrol Team, which deal with naval arm, with ships stationed throughout the Citadel cluster. Unlike the other divisions, they're rarely seen at the Citadel, nor do they stay in one place long. Joining CSEC is prestigious. Applications must be sponsored by a Citadel counselor or the ambassador of an associate council race. Generally, applicants have many years of distinguished service in, the military or police forces of their nation. But an inexperienced applicant with demonstrable talent will be fairly considered. CSEC inspectors are often at odds. Many CSEC members, notably current executor Vinari Palin, believes that allowing specters to be above the law is a dangerous practice. The actions of Saren Arturius led credence to this position. The specters, in turn, are aggravated when CSEC's dedication to procedure and due process hampers their investigations. Replicators in the Stargate show is a canonical example for you. Credence. Thank you. Credence. Yeah, that sounds right. So the Presidium Ring. The ring is an enclosed loop of park-like space serving... Hold on. The ring is an enclosed loop of park-like space serving... How does that make sense grammatically? I'm not reading it right. The ring is an enclosed loop of park-like space serving... Oh, space. Yeah. Park-like space, comma. They're just missing a comma. Serving as the connection point for the wards. The interior walls are lined with the embassies of influential species and private residences for the galaxy's elite. The Presidium is full of open-air restaurants, bars, and luxurious meeting areas. Gravity is about a third Earth normal. A holographic sky is projected over the ceiling of the ring. Damn! I didn't know that. Unlike the 24/7 bustle of the wards, the Presidium maintains a 20-hour day schedule, with a 6-hour night where lights are dimmed and the sky goes through a night cycle. Offices and residences are often open to the interior. It is not unusual for embassies to have no exterior wall at all. This does not cause a crime problem due to the heavy CSEC presence and ubiquitous monitoring devices on the Presidium. Thieves are quickly identified and apprehended. The ring is the location of the Citadel's spaceports. Being closer to the center of spin, there's less motion for a ship to match, and the reduced spin gravity makes handling cargo easier. Hundreds of ships pass through the Citadel every day, and every species with an embassy is granted a private dock. Cool. It's been a very long weekend, so you're going to head to bed. Have a great stream. Thank you so kindly, Jester. It was a great weekend for you, though. That makes me so happy to hear. You've been so productive, and it's been amazing having your presence in chat, Jester. Thanks for always being so kind and so cool. Go rest so well. Good night, Jester. Thanks for hanging with us again, eh? The tower at the center of the ring holds the administration of the Citadel Council. The tower rises over 1 kilometer from the ring, appearing to thrust forward parallel to the ward arms. As the tower is at the center of the spin axis, it experiences little centrifugal force. Gravity is maintained using mass effect fields at a 90-degree angle to the ring and wards. Boop, 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 boop. You got heckin' boop attacked, kind. Bretsky, you love listening to this while you're doing whatever. I'm so glad. I was really hoping that might be the case for a lot of folks hanging here tonight, you know. that you enjoy lurking and gaming or whatever you have going on, enjoying the lore. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you like it. A consular dock can be found at the base of the tower. While normally used for diplomatic couriers and Spectre business, the shuttles docked here can evacuate the council government in an emergency. Cool. Now let's learn about the statistics of the Citadel station. Although the Citadel is equipped with Mass Effect generating Element 0 cores, most of the gravity on the station is generated by the centrifugal force of rotation. Okay, then this is a lot of numbers and things. Let me just see if I find any of this to be incredibly important. Basically, what I'm gathering is the Presidium is fucking huge. That's all I need to know, and very heavy. And a huge population of 13.2 million. Next, let's learn about the Citadel Station's wards. The majority of the Citadel's population lives in the wards, the 5 massive arms of the station that house the residential and commercial districts. Many galactic races have established cultural enclaves here. Population density and cost of living are extremely high, akin to Earth cities such as Hong Kong and Singapore. The wards are open-topped, with skyscrapers rising from the superstructure. Towers are sealed against vacuum, as the breathable atmosphere envelope is only maintained to a height of about 7 meters. The atmosphere is contained by the centrifugal force of rotation and a membrane of dense, colorless sulfur. Oh my god, words are becoming difficult. Colorless sulfur hexafluoride gas, held in place by carefully managed Mass Effect fields. That's interesting. The Presidium is basically low grav, if you read that right. I think that's what I gathered as well. The view from the wards is spectacular. In the background, stars, Serpent Nebula, and the nearby blue giant called the Widow move across the sky as the station rotates to stabilize itself. In the foreground, the lights of buildings and vehicles on the opposing ward arms perpetually shine. The Citadel has no real day or night. While the station keeps to standard galactic time for political functions, businesses rarely close, and residents acclimate to sleep and work according to personal need, rather than a day-night cycle. Dunk! Hi, Dunk. Hello! Hello, and welcome into stream. We have a new background. It's new to you. However, I actually streamed in this orientation for about 2 years. So I'm feeling really at home. Facing this way, my desk on a different wall. And I now have a standing desk. And I stood for like over an hour today while we were listening to lore from the Codex, which is what stream's all about today. Thanks, Dunk. Thanks so much. It's good to see you. Always is. I hope that you're doing well. Hope that you're taking care. Having a great day and a great weekend. If y'all don't know Dunkstar, you should. Phenomenal entertainer. I'm providing some cozy background. I'm reading all of the sections in the Mass Effect 1 Codex. Additions and modifications are constantly being constructed, though they must stay within certain specifications that will not compromise the operation of the station. Occasionally, the keepers will descend on an area of the wards, or move or change the architecture without explanation. Residents have learned to live with these inexplicable intrusions. I'm going to get our music playing again. More Mass Effect lo-fi. Let's go. Okay. Next, let's read about the Treaty of Ferrixin. Due to the destructive potential of dreadnoughts, the Council races agreed at the Ferrixin Naval Conference to fix a ratio of dreadnought construction between themselves. At the top of the pyramid is the peacekeeping Turian fleet. Below the Turians are the other council races, Currently, the Asari and Solarians, Council associate races, are at the bottom. The Human Systems Alliance is a part of this last group. The ratio of Turian to Council to associate dreadnoughts is 5 to 3 to 2. For every dreadnought humans are permitted to build, the Asari have 3 and the Turians 5. Okay, so we got to read about the Citadel and the Galactic Government. We have only 4 categories left. And so let's get into humanity and the Systems Alliance. Starting with genetic engineering. Dunk, you have a standing desk. Your behavior seems to indicate you forgot it can stand for about 2 years ago. Keep those good habits up. I think someone told me, Dunk, that you have a channel point redemption to encourage you to use your standing desk. Something you can remind your community about if you feel like you need to. It's a really nice upgrade, though. Glad you have one. Evander, your mind would not be put at ease about the Turians having the largest number of dreadnoughts. Yeah. There's a species that attacked Earth because of us not knowing we weren't allowed to open relays. Oh my gosh. In the 22nd century, manipulation of the human genome became commonplace. Techniques of genetic engineering advanced to the point where the rich could custom build fetuses that grew into stronger, smarter, and more attractive adults. In more permissive regions, custom-designed life forms and uplifted animals occupied an ill-defined niche between property and sapient being. Travel to planets with unique forms of life brought an awareness that Earth's unique biodiversity could be lost if spliced and hybridized to gain useful alien qualities. The Sudom-Wolcott Genetic Heritage Act was passed by the Systems Alliance Parliament in 2161. It imposed sharp restrictions on controversial uses of genetic engineering, but provided government subsidies for beneficial applications. About screening and therapy. Most governments provide assessments and corrective therapy for genetic diseases in prospective parents. This has nearly eliminated everything from cystic fibrosis to nearsightedness. Oh, I love that. People are happier and less affected now. I know a family who has a son with cystic fibrosis, and they're very close to my family, and everything they go through to take care of him and all of his struggle. The earlier screening and therapy is performed, the more comprehensive the results. Though ideally performed on artificially fertilized zygotes in a lab, procedures are available for embryos in the womb and newborns out of respect for personal beliefs. About enhancement. Improvement of natural human abilities is legal, but adding new abilities is not. Treatments to improve strength, reflexes, mental acuity, or mental... Wait, what's that word? Acuity? Or appearance are permitted. Adding a tail or the ability to digest cellulose is not. Some genetic enhancement is provided for free to Alliance military recruits, but the average citizen must pay for the privilege. The process can take years to reach fruition in an adult. About engineering. Artificial hybridization of genes from compatible non-human species with genetic code is illegal. Creation of designed life is broadly legal and mainly used for terraforming and medical applications. But sentient creatures are heavily regulated, and creation of sapient life is outlawed by both the Systems Alliance and the Citadel Council. Hi, Topaz! Thanks for paying your Merc tax. Now it's time to read up on human diplomatic relations. Humanity has encountered many galactic species. Wars have been few, but mistrust is rife. Politically, the Alliance is a peaceful trade partner of the Turians. As a practical matter, however, there is simmering antagonism and bigotry between both populations over the First Contact War of 2157. The Alliance enjoys good relation with the Asari, though many privately believe the matriarchs are aristocratic. aristocratic, and overcautious. Though humans know better than to unconditionally trust any Solarian, their shared restlessness, reckless ways can make them natural allies against the conservative Turians and Asari. One thing that you like about these games, Evander, is the correct use of the words sentient versus sapient. All animals are sentient, but a lot of people mistakenly use that word when they mean human level intelligence. Right. And then what's the difference between sentient and sapient then, Evander? What's the definition of sapient, if I could ask? The Krogan have no unified government, but individuals are generally treated as potential criminals, a reputation most Krogan enjoy living down to. Sapient is human-level intelligence. Gotcha. The Alliance has no formal contact with the Quarians. Their migrant fleet has not yet passed through any human-settled system. The Batarians are rivals for control of the Skylian Verge. They severed their treaties with the Citadel to prosecute a colonial conflict against the Alliance. Officially, there's no war, but neither is there any peace. Let's read about the Systems Alliance when it comes to geological surveying. As the human race expands its territory and raises the general standard of living, demand for industrial resources continues to grow. Many planets, moons, and asteroids contain a wealth of resources, but many systems have barely been charted, let alone thoroughly surveyed. Unmanned probes are one solution, but they're often lost to space hazards, unforeseen circumstances, or theft by salvagers. In recent years, AGE-5, the Alliance Geological Service, I think it's an S, AGES, has offered bounties to private individuals or teams willing to perform mineralogical surveys on the frontier. This survey data is made publicly available to further corporate development. Due to the cost of travel and the dangers of operating on hostile worlds, it is rarely a profitable endeavor. Light metals. Metals with low atomic weight are often used in the construction of spacecraft and vehicles. Heavy metals, metals with higher atomic weights, are used to construct equipment components. The platinum group elements are particularly useful. Rare earths. Most useful materials in this category are radioactives or magnets. And finally, gases. Various gases are required to support all known forms of sapient life. Some are commonly used as fuel. Coffee break! Now we're learning about what military jargon means. Like, definitions of different military jargon that's used. I'm happy, because I love coffee. Ashore. When the ship's crew leaves the vessel, they are ashore. Though normally used regarding planets, it can refer to boarding a space station. When a ship releases the equipment tethering it to a space station or surface dock, it is away. The proper way to acknowledge an order is aye aye. If told to attack, the correct response is aye aye, sir. If asked, are you proud to be a Marine? The correct response is yes, sir. So we know what ASAP means, I'm sure. We all know ASAP, as soon as possible. Belay means stop, cease. Bridge refers to the navigation center of a spacecraft where the steering is done. A captain's mast refers to the non-judicial disciplinary proceedings by unit commanders. CIC, or Combat Information Center, refers to the command center of a spacecraft. The CIC is filled with sensor displays to make sense out of the chaos of combat. Damage control refers to the containment and repair of damage to a spacecraft. ECM, or electronic countermeasures, used to avoid enemy sensors from passive emissions masking to active jamming. An EVA refers to Extravehicular activity refers to the time spent in a pressure suit outside of a vehicle, spacecraft, or station. The flank is the side of a military formation. Since the soldiers are facing elsewhere, an enemy that can attack on the flank can often turn it or roll it up. Say that 10 times fast. Oh, God. Extravehicular activity, extravehicular activity, extravehicular activity, extravehicular activity. It really breaks down quick. FNG. Freaking new, guys. What? A derisive? Is that how you say? Derisive? I don't know. Term for inexperienced personnel. These freaking new guys. Ground side refers to the surface of a planet. A helmsman is a crew member who pilots a spacecraft. Later, refers to a light amplified detection and ranging, an active sensor that bounces lasers off an object to determine its bearing and distance. Cool. Shore party refers to a spacecraft's crew sent ashore on official business. Silent running refers to an old submariner's term used aboard the Normandy to denote when stealth systems are active. SITREP refers to an abbreviation of situation report, an evaluation of the current military situation. A spacer is someone who spent most of their life in space. And finally, an XO, or an executive officer, is the second in command of an alliance warship. The XO is responsible for administrative and personal matters. Now let's read up on the different military ranks in a systems alliance. The alliance uses a modified version of the ranking system that has been used for hundreds of years. Soldiers are classified into rank and file enlisted personnel and experienced non-commissioned officers, or NCOs, and specially trained officers. So much lore in this, right? You remember being absolutely in awe at all the detail. Most games would say, the engine goes fast, and there are space people. Now play. Literally, Dunk. You can tell how much love and passion went into the building of this universe. And that's a part of what makes Mass Effect such an amazing series. So Shepard was the XO at the beginning of Mass Effect 1, and when she got promoted, Presley became her XO. Oh. You love the lore and world building. One of your favorite things about these games. Me too. Thanks for everyone hanging out and listening. This is what you missed about older games, right? The manuals with them were entire books sometimes. Yeah. Getting a lot of good time getting to read. Really enjoying it. Learning lots of new words with you all. I'm really glad you're enjoying it too. Thanks for the love, Melanie. I'm gonna stand again, y'all. It's time to stand. I've been sitting long enough. We're going up, chat. Woohoo! Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The Alliance, so we read this, uses a modified version of the ranking system that's been used for hundreds of years. Soldiers are classified into rank and file enlisted personnel, experienced non-commissioned officers, and specially trained officers. The divide between naval personnel and ground forces, Marines, is small. Ground units are a specialized branch of the fleet, just as fighter squadrons are. This unity of command is imposed by the futility of fighting without control of orbit. Without the Navy, any army is pointless. The Marines, as a matter of pride, maintain some of their traditional rank titles. For example, Marines have privates and corporals instead of servicemen. And then so it's listing basically all the different ranks of the Alliance, including the enlisted, NCOs, officers. Then we have the Terra Firma Party. Terra Firma is an alliance political party formed after the First Contact War. Its policy agenda is based on the principle that Earth must stand firm against alien influences. This covers a variety of legislation. Recent activities by Terra Firma include opposition to a law requiring high school alien language study, a proposal to increase tariffs on alien imports, and leading a popular movement to mark the First Contact War with a public holiday. Though founded by well-meaning individuals who feared the submersion of native human cultures under a wave of alien vogue, Terra Firma's agenda attracts many, what does this word mean? Jingoists and xenophobes. What does jingoist mean? I have a feeling it's someone I'm not gonna like. Oh, I hate it, Red Shadow. Now we can hear about a timeline of Mass Effect history. In 2069, the Armstrong Outpost at Shackleton Crater became the first human settlement on Luna. It was formally founded on July 24th, the 100th anniversary of the first lunar landing. Then, in 2103, Lowell City and Eos Chasma became the first human settlement on Mars. In 2137, Eldfell Ashland Energy Corporation demonstrated helium-3 fuel extraction from the atmosphere of Saturn. In 2142 came the construction of Gagarin Station. Jump Zero begins beyond the orbit of Pluto. In 2148, prospectors discovered the Prothean ruins at Prometheus Planum on Mars. In 2149, the translation of Prothean data led humans to the Charon mass relay. Systems Alliance founded to coordinate exploration and colonization of extrasolar worlds. In 2151, a shipping accident at Singapore International Spaceport exposed downwind communities to containers of dust form element 0. So the Alliance began the construction of Arcturus Station. In 2152, roughly 30% of the children born in Singapore after element 0 exposure began to suffer from cancerous growths just a year later, by the way. Systems Alliance begins settlement of Earth's first solar colony world, the planet Demeter. In 2154, Commander Shepard was born. In 2155, 1 year later, Systems Alliance occupies completed portions of Arcturus Station as a headquarters. Thanks for being here, Sapphire Pixie. You got your popcorn, enjoying the read aloud. Really appreciate you. And that emote is so cute. The bunny tap. So adorable. In 2156, some children of Singapore begin to exhibit minor telekinetic abilities. A year later, Turians encountered human explorers during the First Contact War, occupation and liberation of the human colony of Shanxi? Can't remember how to say. In 2158, in the following year, humans learned the potential of biotics. An international effort to track element 0 exposure began. Roughly 10% of exposed children showed some level of biotic ability. In 2160, the Systems Alliance Parliament was formed. In 2165, humans established an embassy on the Citadel. In 2170, Hacky May! Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. Thanks so much for the hacking raid. Oh my goodness me. Thank you so, so much, Hecky. I appreciate you so much. That is so, so very kind of you. How was stream today? Were you playing more? Were you playing more? Oh, you're playing Black Mesa. I was wondering if you were playing No Man's Sky. But you were playing more Black Mesa. Let's go. Hecky May's been enjoying a first playthrough of Black Mesa, which is a game that's like, it's like a Half-Life. Is it a remake? I can't remember. I hope you're enjoying it so much. Thank you so kindly, Hecky May, for choosing me to raid into, for thinking of me to raid. So appreciated. I adore you as a creator. I adore everything you get up to on your channel and your energy to everyone in chat and on stream in general. You know, the presence, your presence everywhere is a really good one, Hecky May, and I really appreciate you wanting to share the love here, and it's so supportive of me and so appreciated. If you want to go and send some support to the wonderful Hecky May, who is so kind, so friendly, very welcoming, very chatty, also a silly goober, a Swedish variety streamer. Go and fill that heart at the top of chat. You are missing out on some top tier vibes. Hecky is so kind to raid us every once in a while, like pretty often, and always love getting to raid back over there when I get a chance, because it's always so cozy, welcoming, and warm. Consider going to follow Hecky May Mercs, and thank you so much if you do. And also, thank you so much, Hecky May Raiders. Because of you, I've met my follower goal. I've met my follower goal of 8,500. Can we get some Hecky hype emotes or any hype emotes that you might have? Let's go. Thank you so kindly. I would love to welcome in all you beautiful people. Hecky May, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful community with me. And thank you so much again for the raid. Hecky, you just finished a wonderful and long stream playing Black Mesa. Please go get all that food, water, rest, relaxation that you likely need. Please go raid and fade and take care of yourself. And if any raiders do as well, I completely understand. I will tell you a little bit about myself once I say hello. Hi, Croissant. Hi, Zoe Gill. Hi, Infinity Complex. Welcome. Hi, Squatting Dolphin coming in with a Hecky raid. Hi, Cyberspace Man and Panda, Med Jeep, Indigo Thunder, Glacier Crest. Hi. Hello, hello. It's Toiju. Hello, hello, hello. Foreign Bob, what's good? And we got Sapphire Pixie. Hello. Random Red, Balunson, Red Talon. Thanks so, so kindly. Welcome, everyone. Hi, the Dana Dans. Did I say hi, Infinity? Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, Transit Biker. Spoiler, this game happens in space. We are currently doing a Mass Effect lore stream where I am reading to you all of the Codex from Mass Effect 1 for my very first time. I'm currently embarking on my first playthrough of the Mass Effect series, and I am so obsessed. My name is Kmerkel, and I'm a silly goober from Canada. I love to spread positivity and kindness to everyone online, and especially those who swivel into chat. I love to play a bunch of variety, mostly first playthroughs, and cosplay a ton. I love, love, love cosplaying. Today I'm wearing my favorite suit. I've been wearing these suits for every Mass Effect stream. I love, love, love cosplaying so very much. And I love unleashing chaos in the games I play. So even though I may seem very sweet and kind and friendly, you just wait for that other side of me when we get into the games, because I like to have fun. I like to have a lot of fun and make you laugh and do silly things. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Thank you again for helping me reach my follower goal. That is so huge, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the wonderful support to me and my streams and my dreams. Thank you. And hi, Shanky Sinatra. Hello. I'm going to catch up with all you beautiful people. While Hecky May goes and gets all that hecking self-care. Thanks so much, Raiders. Thanks for following along with the Hecky Raid and supporting her and hanging out in her stream. Thanks for all the hype over reaching our goal. That's so huge. Guinness, you finished watching the Super Bowl. Your team won. Who won? Tell me in chat. Who won? Who won the Super Bowl? I'm not big into sports, but I also enjoy watching them. I don't watch them, but I enjoy when I do. I especially like seeing sports live if I watch them. But, yeah. Usually I'm not the type to watch the Super Bowl myself. Thanks for being here, Transit Biker. Hey, Chemboy, thank you for following earlier, eh? Stopping by to say my voice is very soothing. Thanks so much. It makes you wonder if I've also spent time as a classroom teacher for small kids, or maybe even a therapist on the side. And by on the side, you mean as well. Cool work. Thanks for doing it. Thank you. Thank you for your lovely and appreciative message, Chemboy. I worked with children like for 5 or 6 years, working at a private school, running summer camps and their after school programming. I was actually in school to be a teacher until I came to the realization that I wouldn't be happy because I wasn't following my true passions and how much I love gaming and creating, and made me realize that I would be very, very happy as a full-time streamer. And now I'm just fully committing to following my passions and sharing my dreams online and on Twitch and YouTube. So thank you so much. Thanks so kindly. And thank you everyone for being here to support me and cheer me on. It means the world, and I want to cheer you on too, to go for your dreams. Hecky May, of course, you need some food. Go get all that food, Hecky May. And of course, Hecky May. Gosh, I think you're so wonderful. Thank you again for the raid. And sounds good, Transit Biker. That's so sweet and so thoughtful. The Eagles won? Oh, nice. I know a lot of Eagles fans. Put a 1 in chat if you're an Eagles fan. Put a 1 in chat if you're an Eagles fan. It was Eagles against the Chiefs. Put a 2 if you're a Chiefs fan. Thanks for being here, Indigo Thunder and Leos. Thank you for the 333 bits. Thanks so much. You're so patient with me. Thank you. Thank you. There's fireworks going off outside. Oh my damn. Thanks, Chemboy, and to you as well. Oh my gosh, 3s. Are the 3s like just not into sports? I could not care less. Wait, did I say put a 3 in chat if you were Eagles fan? Why are y'all posting 3s? Did I say 3? Catastrophe, and besides, my teaching experience gives me the patience to deal with chat. That's so funny. Which one is better behaved, a horde of 7-year-olds or Twitch chat? Twitch chat, Catastrophes. But that is part because, number one, I always worked with kids in the sense of not being a teacher and not having to teach them, but instead entertaining them. Entertaining children. The children, for me, are generally better behaved because it's not about having to learn. It's about having fun. And so it's a lot easier to engage and keep their attention, I found. And, you know, Twitch chat, you can just ban someone if they're an asshole. So you can't really ban a child who's an asshole. But you can tell their parents, so. Exactly, cyberspace man. So funny. So funny. Also, are all the lovely readers joining us? In general, I love answering questions. I also love getting to know all the folks here and love meeting new people and learning about you all, the games that you like, and just getting closer to you. So you can always feel free to tell me what your favorite games are, what you've been up to these days, how your weekend has been. I like to encourage, you know, chat to feel like they can share those things and know that I love to hear about them and get to know about you. So welcome in. Thanks so much for being here and joining us today for a cozy Codex reading stream. Let me know if you've ever played the Mass Effect series, because I'm going to teach you all about the universe and the lore. Now, I'm reading the Codex near the end of the game, but it's still the Codex from Mass Effect 1. So if you're worried about Mass Effect spoilers, it's more going to tell us the ins and outs of the world, but, you know, in general, it's not going to be too much about the story or what actually happens in Mass Effect, more so the details of the universe it takes place in. So if that interests you, settle in, get a snack, get a beverage, and I hope you enjoy the cozy narration. And in between all the narration, I've been chatting with everyone. Minstrel, your sister teaches 5th grade, and believe me, there's kids she'd love to ban, but even more, parents. So another reason why I decided not to go for a life of being a teacher, that was actually one of the reasons. I found that when kids acted out, I could handle it extremely well. And this is speaking as a girl who was working with groups of 27 children at age 18. So I got really good at handling children acting out. Something that I always needed more practice with, and I also always felt really nervous to do, was talking to the parents and talking about what the child had done wrong, how they could improve. And because there were private school kids and teachers as well, a few of those parents are under the impression that their kids can do no wrong. You might have met a type like that. And so it was really hard in those cases to, tell them about their kids that were just adding so much chaos and tension and difficulty to my life. So yeah, that is another reason why I'm no longer working with kids anymore. There's also cases of like kids who are really great with their parents, and then you put them into a classroom environment with other kids and they just go wild and there's no rules in their mind. PC, you don't really watch sports very much, but you're a light fan of the Minnesota Vikings, which is constantly disappointing. Oh no. Bretsky, your B-Day's around the corner. Let's go. Are you planning anything? Are you planning anything for yourself to celebrate? Despot, you bought the Legendary Edition thanks to watching me play? Oh my gosh, that's so hype, and I hope you love your playthrough. Hey, Sonny Dot, you're playing The Witcher. You're trying to play the whole trilogy in order. Never played a Witcher game. How are you liking it, Sonny Dot? Do you recommend it for me? I think we'll probably play The Witcher on my channel one day. Sounds awesome, Sonny Dot. PC, you love to teach, but you don't think that you'd want to teach in an environment where you need to deal with parents. And that's the thing, PC. There's no avoiding it. There is no avoiding that. Unless maybe you teach online. Like, unless you're in a position where you just don't have the responsibility of dealing with the parents of the students that you teach. Teach in college. Oh, good point. Good point, good point. So I automatically assumed you meant children. My bad. Striker, true. We've got an ad break coming up in 3 minutes. So if you were looking for a time to, if you're not subscribed and you were looking for a time to walk away and go grab a snack and some water, hold tight for 3 minutes and then we'll take a little break. Also, I've only been running ads on my channel the minimum amount to disable pre-rolls, and I'm really happy to share with you that the finances that I've been able to get from running ads have been paying my cell phone bill every month. So thank you so much for hanging around through the ads and bearing with them and supporting me that way. Really, really makes a difference for me. You have a plan tomorrow. Hey, tell me, Bretsky, if you have a birthday stream, I want to hear. I want to hear. But you're very kind to be thoughtful, but here I am, giving you permission. Going out for supper with the family on Tuesday, yay! What are your birthday plans, Bretsky, on Twitch? You'd love to teach programming. Nice, yeah. I don't really know what that would entail, PC. Definitely feel free to tell me more. Like computer programming? Minstrel, these days parents feel their teachers are or should be accessible to them via email 24/7. Yep, I know a lot of teachers who have parents' numbers and stuff. Software engineering and stuff, so cool. Definitely know that when I continue talking to you all, doesn't mean that you have to stop talking to me. But that being said, I always encourage folks here to interact or not, however you're comfortable. I just hope you enjoy the stream. Sonny Dot, Witcher has a great storyline. It'd be fun for you to see me try it sometime, right? Especially after you getting to play through and see the whole series. That'd be cool, Sonny Dot. Yeah, Minstrel. Teaching is such a demanding job, and I've always thought that I need higher pay. That's another reason why I'm not pursuing teaching. Completely, brutally underpaid and overworked, unfortunately, in that career path. Treasure Corian, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Croissant, eh? Thank you so, so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Croissant! Enjoy the gifted sub from Treasure Quarry and the emotes, the ad-free viewing, the sub sounds that you can use in chat, and the sub-only section of the Discord. Bretzy, you're going to do a birthday stream aiming for 8 hours at least, and we'll sadly have to split it due to the factor on console, so you can switch games. Hey, I'm sure everyone will understand. PC, you'd love to teach a class on more real-world software engineering skills.
Please
don't know how you'd
stop
effectively...
talking. Your voice is so soothing on the ear floofs.
Tig, thank you so much. You sweet pea. 9 months. We have a stream baby. We have a stream baby. Tig, thanks so kindly for the resub at tier 1 for 7 months in a row. Thank you for being here and your lovely compliment. And take care, Chem boy. You got this. You got this. I hope that your prep goes well. And I'm wishing you all the best, Chem boy. And it was really nice meeting you today. Catch you another time, eh? And we just got heckin' raided by the wonderful Yonder! Yonder, who's an actual wizard with a majestic beard and plays all the simulation games, all the medieval games, all the town building games. Yonder, hello. Have you been working through Kingdom Come Deliverance, Yonder? What were you up to today? And how was stream? Thanks so kindly for hitting that big shouty. Danny, you've been doing so much modding today. I appreciate you so much. Could we get some mod love emotes in chat? Any that you might have, or the mod love command for the wonderful mods that we have here, helping me out and making sure stream runs smoothly, and also keeping us all safe, watching over chat. Thank you so much for your time and all that you do and all your help. Thank you, Danny. Hi, Yonder Raiders. Hi, Yonder. Hello. Hi, Yo. Hey, yo. How was Strimstram? Yeah, you finished Kingdom Come Deliverance on Friday, and you've been playing Kingdom Come 2 since. Yonder's playing the new Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 game. Go send love to Yonder. Yonder's super friendly, super kind, has been an immense supporter and a believer in me and my channel. So I really appreciate if anyone's interested in going to follow an actual wizard who plays so many cool games and is enjoying the second Kingdom Come Deliverance game, which just released. Good, Bretsky. That makes sense to get the break. Yeah, go lurk for your post-stream, all that stuff Yonder. We are doing a Mass Effect lore reading stream, and I last left off reading up about the timeline of the Mass Effect universe, specifically Mass Effect 1. So, where we last ended off, we were reading about how in 2176, the Skylian Blitz took place, where pirates and slavers attacked Elysium, the human capital in the Skylian Verge, and then in 2177, Thresher Maws devoured the Alliance colony of Akuze? I don't know how to pronounce all these words, but I try my best. In 2178, in retaliation for the Skylian Blitz, an Alliance fleet wiped out an army of slavers on the moon of Torfin, and we're at the current date now, 2183. Amazing. Now it's time to read up on the ships and vehicles. So, to start on FTL drive charge. As positive or negative electric current is passed through an FTL drive core, it acquires a static electrical charge. Drives can be operated an average of 50 hours before they reach charge saturation. This change is proportional to the magnitude of mass reduction. A heavier or faster ship reaches saturation more quickly. If the charge is allowed to build, the core will discharge into the hull of a ship. All ungrounded crew members are fried to a crisp. All electronic systems are burned out, and metal bulkheads may be melted and fused together. Damn! The safest way to discharge a core... Welcome back from the ads, by the way. If you were hanging out in ads, I hope you got some food. I hope you got some water. Welcome back. We're reading up about drive charges of ships and vehicles in Mass Effect. The safest way to discharge a core is to land on a planet and establish a connection to the ground, like a lightning rod. Larger vessels like dreadnoughts cannot land and must discharge into a planetary magnetic field. The ship passes the charge from the drive core to the exterior armored hull, then dives into the magnetic field. As the hull discharges, sheets of lightning jump away into the field, creating beautiful auroral displays on the planet. The ship must retract its sensors and weapons while dumping charge to prevent damage, leaving it blind and helpless. Discharging at a moon with a weak magnetic field can take days. Discharging into the powerful field of a gas giant may require less than an hour. Deep space facilities, such as the Citadel, often have special discharge facilities for visiting ships. You prefer not to be devoured. Thank you, by the way, for the follow 11 minutes ago. Thanks, Transit Biker. I really appreciate it. I cannot believe that we hit our follower goal today, and especially thanks to the Hekime raid. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm very happy about that. Oh. Now let's read up about combat endurance of ships and vehicles in Mass Effect. Heat limits the length and intensity of ship-to-ship combat. Starships generate enormous heat when they fire high-energy weapons, perform maneuvering burns, and run onboard combat electronics. In combat, warships produce heat more quickly than they can disperse it. As heat builds within a vessel, the crew spaces become increasingly uncomfortable. Before the heat reaches lethal levels, a ship must win or retreat by entering faster-than-light travel. After a faster-than-light travel run, the ship halts. Oh, I'm getting a call from my partner. Hold on. Hello? Hello, how are you? I'm doing very well. Are you finished work? Let's go. I'm at like three categories left to read about the Codex. I'm still streaming, yeah. Do you want to say hi? I don't know if you could hear that. Sounds good. I'll see you soon. Bye. I didn't get to say hello. I'm so sorry. Gosh dang it. He hung up. I actually was the one that hung up, but he's walking home. Thanks for saying hi, y'all. I feel so badly. Okay. In combat, warships produce heat more quickly than they can disperse it. As heat builds within a vessel, the crew becomes uncomfortable. Before heat reaches lethal levels, a ship must win or retreat by entering faster-than-light travel. So after a faster-than-light travel run, the ship halts, shuts down non-essential systems, and activates the heat radiation gear. Combat endurance varies by ship design and by the battle's location. Battles in the deep cold of interstellar space can go on for some time. Engagements close to a star are brief. Since habitable worlds are usually close to a star, battles over them are frantic. Let's hear about general tactics of space combat. Let's go, Yonder! What did you get to eat? Shells lofted by surface navies crash back to Earth when their acceleration is overwhelmed by gravity and air resistance. In space, a projectile has unlimited range. It will keep moving until it hits something. Practical gunnery range is determined by the velocity of the attacker's ordnance and the maneuverability of the target. Beyond a certain range, a small ship's ability to dodge trumps a larger attacker's projectile speed. The longest ranged combat occurs between dreadnoughts, whose projectiles have the highest velocity but are the least maneuverable. The shortest range combat is between frigates, which have the slowest projectile velocities and highest maneuverability. Opposing dreadnoughts open with the main gun artillery duel at extreme ranges of tens of thousands of kilometers. The fleets close, maintaining evasive lateral motion, while keeping their bowguns facing the enemy. Fighters are launched and attempt to close to disruptor torpedo range. Cautious admirals weaken the enemy with ranged fire and fighter strikes before committing to close action. Aggressive commanders advance, so cruisers and frigates can engage. Yonder, you nuked a corn dog! You think you'll make lasagna for your actual meal later? Oh, yum. Yummy. At long range, the main guns of cruisers become useful. Friendly interceptors engage enemy fighters until the attackers enter the range of ship-based Guardian fire. Dreadnoughts fire from the rear. Stanky. Screened by smaller ships. Commanders must decide whether to commit to a general melee or retreat into faster than light. At medium range, ships can use broadside guns. Fleets intermingle, and it becomes difficult to retreat in order. Ships with damaged kinetic barriers are vulnerable to Wolfpack frigate flotillas that speed through the battle space. You feel like using nuclear weapons on a snack is a bit overkill. That's so funny, PC. Yonder nuking a corn dog. Thanks for the toots in chat. Only fighters and frigates enter close knife fight ranges of 10 or fewer kilometers. Fighters lose their disruptor torpedoes, bringing down a ship's kinetic barriers and allowing it to be swarmed by frigates. Am I saying that right? Frigate? Guardian lasers become viable weapons, swatting down fighters and boiling away warship armor. Neither dreadnoughts nor cruisers can use their main guns at close range. Laying the blow on a moving target becomes impossible. Superheated thruster exhaust becomes a hazard. Anthony, hi! So far, so good. Thank you. Awesome. I love to hear it. Thanks for hanging here, Anthony, on the YouTube stream. We found out today, Mercs, that I am only 200 public watch hours away from unlocking my very first way to monetize my YouTube channel by unlocking memberships. If anyone was interested, there's never any pressure, but if you wanted to help me reach my public watch hours that I need, I'm the closest I've ever been, and all you gotta do is pull up my YouTube, pull up one of my playlists, mute the tab, and let them run. Let those videos run in the background. It means so much to me. Thank you so much. If you decide to help me with that. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. It's a loose S rather than a loose Z. Frigates. Frigates. I don't know what that would be. Gonna crawl into bed, Maiko. Thank you for a chill stream. I hope you enjoyed all your Sims 4 that you got up to, Maiko. You're really awesome, and I'm really excited to catch the next stream of yours that I get to hang out in. Lots of love, Maiko, and take care. Thanks so much, Despot. It means the world to me. And even after we unlock memberships, there will be further levels of YouTube partner that I can unlock. It won't be for a while until I can unlock running advertisements on my videos and such like that. So thanks so much for helping, making such a difference. Brian, a bit tired, so gonna be just lurking for the rest of the night. Sounds good. Brian, did your team win? You hope the Codex reading is going great. It's been so great. I love hearing about all this. I know I've learned so much. It's been so awesome. Thanks so much, Brian. Thank you for your very supportive lurks. And good night and rest well. So we're going to hear about crew considerations on starships in Mass Effect. Cabins give each individual 10 cubic meters of space. On larger vessels, private rooms are common. As ships get smaller, the number of crew packed into a single wardroom increases. You're not really a fan of either team, but you'd say the team you were cheering against lost. The team you were cheering against lost, so that was good. That is good. I had to read it twice. Okay. As ships get smaller, the number of crew packed into a single wardroom increases. Asari prefer shared spaces, even on large vessels, where Krogan territorial instincts make it impossible for them to cohabitate even on the smaller ships. I'm so ready, Anthony. So ready to explore more lore in Mass Effect 2. Of course, Brian, and right back at you, eh? Oh, you meant that when the fighters lose their torpedoes, it means essentially that send them out against targets rather than losing them. When fighters loose their torpedoes. Oh, thank you. I understand now, Zartrin. Sorry, misunderstood, but thanks for explaining. On smaller vessels, hot bunking is the norm. Oh my gosh. Y'all got any browse emotes? All right, chat. Everyone needs a hot bunk buddy. Crew members assigned to different watches share the same bunk. When one gets off duty, he wakes up the person in the bunk. While that crewman is on duty, the first gets his rack time. Hot bunking. I wish I could hot bunk with Liara. Spacecraft compartments can be isolated by airtight doors in case of decompression. The cinematic vision of explosive decompression is fiction. Hold compartments either take enough damage that occupants are killed instantly or leak slowly enough that they're able to reach protective gear. Oh no. That's how they do it in subs as well. When you hot bunk, yeah, you don't see them much more than just to trade places. Exactly. I just like the idea that it's called hot bunking. The bunk is still warm from the last person. Compartments are equipped with emergency life support apparatuses. Apparatus, maybe that's already plural. Fireproof plastic bubbles with air bottles. Small when stowed. Elsa. Their name's Elsa? Emergency life support apparatus. It's called Elsa. It comfortably accommodates one individual inflated. Let it go. Damage control procedure cuts off ventilation to burning compartments. Without oxygen to consume, fires die in seconds. The compartment is repressurized afterwards for crew recovery. Mass Effect fields created an artificial gravity plane below the decks, preventing muscle atrophy and bone loss in 0G. Large vessels arrange their decks perpendicular to their thrust axis. The highest decks are at the bow, and the lowest at the engines. This allows A-Grav to work with the inertial effects of thrust. Ships that can land arrange their decks laterally, so the crew can move about while the vessel's on the ground. Warships normally turn off their A-Grav systems during combat, reducing the heat generated by systems and increasing combat endurance. To provide a point of reference for navigating in 0G, floors are painted in a different color from the walls and ceiling. Nice. Todd! Oh my god! Todd, hi! It's so good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Todd has entered the chat. Todd has been playing Mass Effect. Todd, have you beat Mass Effect 3 yet? And what games are you playing right now? Todd is not only a wonderful mod here, but also a lovely streamer and a wonderful person. Let's learn about cruisers in Mass Effect. Cruiserweight starships are the standard combat unit encountered away from large naval bases, the poor bloody infantry of most fleets. Nimble scouting frigates have neither the punch nor the stamina to stand up to serious combat, and the mighty dreadnoughts are a strategic resource, carefully hoarded and committing to the most critical battles. And a mad merch collector. Seriously, Todd has like one of every color mug, one of every color BAP shirt. Not quite, but nearly. You haven't beat Mass Effect 3 yet, but you hit the point where you only want to play that game. I love this for you, Todd. I love this for you. If you want to catch some absolute nerding out and enjoyment over Mass Effect and just wonderful, friendly, welcoming energy in general, Todd provides a really cozy and accepting place to hang, and also makes me laugh a ton. You love how cruising means flirting in Canadian French. That's so cute. You know what that reminds me of? Going steady. That's what that reminds me of. 5 shirts and 5 mugs. Oh my gosh. Thanks for paying your Merc tax, Infinity Simplex, like a true Merc. So cruisers perform routine independent show the flag patrols in settled systems and lead flotillas of frigates in small engagements, such as pirate suppression campaigns. In major fleet engagements, cruiser squadrons support the dreadnought battle line by screening their flanks against enemies attempting to maneuver for a main gun bow shot from their vulnerable broadsides. Alliance cruisers are named after cities of Earth. Cool. Now let's learn about the dreadnoughts. Todd, your cousin invited you to her place today to watch the Super Bowl and you got to watch your team win. I'm so glad you had some great plans, and I'm so glad that your team won as well. I love to hear, Todd. I love, love, love to hear. You never have to worry about that kind of thing, by the way. I'm so glad you had a good time. It's really good to see you, too. Let's go, Autumn! Let's go! The Dreadnought is the ultimate arbiter of space warfare. Millions of tons of metal, ceramic, and polymer dedicated to the projection of firepower against an enemy vessel of like ability. No sane commander would face a dreadnought with anything less than another dreadnought. A dreadnought's power lies in the length of its main gun. Dreadnoughts range from 800 meters to 1 kilometer long, and with a main gun of commensurate length. Is that how you say that? Commensurate? Commensurate length? An 800-meter mass accelerator is capable of accelerating one 2-kilogram slug to a velocity of 283 kilometers per second every 2 seconds. Each slug has the kinetic energy of 38 kilotons of TNT, 3 times the energy released by the fission weapon that destroyed Hiroshima. Damn! When used to bombard planets, some of this kinetic energy is lost due to the atmospheric re-entry friction. As a rule of thumb, each Earth atmosphere of air pressure saps approximately 20% of a projectile's impact energy. The Turian fleet presently has 37 dreadnoughts, the Asari 21, and the Solarians 16. Humanity has 6, with an additional hull under construction at Arcturus Station. Alliance battleships are named for the mountains of Earth. So there's the Everest class, Everest, Fuji, Elbrus, and the Kilimanjaro class, Kilimanjaro or Jaro, Taishan, Shasta, and Aconcagua. I probably am really mispronouncing a lot of these, but doing my best. Next up, let's learn about fighters. Fighters are a single-pilot combat small aircraft. They are lightweight enough that they can be economically fitted with powerful Element 0 cores, making them capable of greater acceleration and sharper maneuvers than starships. Kinetic barrier shields changed starship battles. Los Sabbath's home! From short, vicious bloodbaths to extended, indecisive slugging matches. Oh my gosh, she probably could go outside. Talking about Gemma. A doggo I have here. Only the main gun of a dreadnought could punch a mass accelerator slug through the barriers of an opposing dreadnought. This changed with the development of the fighter, launched Mass Disruptor Torpedo, a short-range weapon that can penetrate kinetic barriers to destroy their projector assemblies. Also, she could probably be fed and her food is in the fridge. Thanks, Losaba. Starship Guardian defenses must be overwhelmed through swarm tactics. Fighter groups can take heavy casualties, pressing their torpedo attacks home. Once fighter-launched torpedoes have crippled an enemy's barriers, the mass accelerators on frigates and cruisers can make short work of them. Interceptors are a type of fighter optimized to attack other fighters, with no ability to damage starships. Interceptors are used to screen friendly units from incoming fighter attack. Now let's learn about frigates. Todd says hi! Treasure Corian says hi! Frigates are a light escort and scouting vehicles. They often have extensive Guardian systems to provide anti-fighter screening for capital ships, and carry a squad of Marines for security and groundside duty. Unlike larger vessels, frigates are able to land on planets. Fiddlerhead says hi! Zartrin says hi! Minstrel says hi! I don't know if you can say, but he says hello to each of you, by the way. He says hello, howdy, hi. Frigate drive systems allow them to achieve high FTL cruise speeds. They also have proportionally larger thrusters and lighter design mass. allowing them to maneuver more handily. Shakmal!
Good afternoon.
Hi. 22 months. That's wild. Thank you so much, Shakmal. Thanks so kindly for supporting me for 22 heckin' months now at tier 1. So appreciated and really good to see you. I hope that you've been taking care, Shakmal. Thanks so much. Thanks for supporting me in my dreams. Helping me be a full-time streamer. It means the world. I hope you enjoy another month of content here. Welcome in and good afternoon. It is 11:14 p.m. for me. What time is it for all y'all in chat? In combat, speed and maneuverability make frigates immune to the long range of fire of larger vessels. In the time it takes projectiles to reach them, frigates are no longer where they were predicted to be. Thanks, Jockmal. I have been loving these spacesuits. 5 a.m., 4:14 a.m. here. Oh my gosh. 10:15 p.m. Minstrel. I'm assuming p.m. Fiddlerhead, 8:14 p.m. Pacific. About 2 p.m. for you, Shockmall. Same time, Todd. East Coast buddies. 8:15 for you, Red Shadow. 9:15 here. Dang, it's early for a lot of y'all. Yeah, let's go, Bretsky. Ontario buddies. In flight combat, frigates are organized into wolf-pack flotillas of 4 to 6. Wolf-packs speed through enemy formations, hunting enemy vessels whose kinetic barriers have been taken down by fighter-launched disruptor torpedoes. The wolf-pack circles strafes vulnerable targets, using their superior speed and maneuverability to evade return fire. Alliance frigates are named for great battles in human history. Cool. We have quite a few to learn about. Let's learn about heat management on starships. Dispersal of heat generated by onboard systems is a critical issue for a ship. If it cannot deal with heat, the crew may be cooked within the hull. Radiation is the only way to shed heat in a vacuum. Civilian vessels utilize large, fragile radiator panels that are impossible to armor. Warships use diffuse radiator arrays, ceramic strips along the exterior of the armored hull. These make the ship appear striped to thermographic sensors. Since the arrangement of the strips depends on the internal configuration of the ship, the patterns for each vessel are unique and striking. On older ships, the DRA strips could become red or white hot. Dubbed tiger stripes or war paint by humans, the glowing DRA had a psychological impact on pirates and irregular forces. Interesting. Losar went outside, so let me remember to say hi for Bretsky and PC when he comes back in. Strip radiators are not as efficient as panels, but if damaged by enemy fire, the ship only loses a small portion of its total radiation capacity. In most cases, a vessel's DRA alone allows it to cruise with no difficulties. Operations deep within a solar system can cause problems. A ship engaged in combat can produce titanic amounts of heat from maneuvering burns and weapon fire. When fighting in a high heat environment, warships employ high-efficiency droplet heat sinks. In a droplet system, tanks of liquid sodium or lithium absorb heat within the ship. The liquid is vented from spray nozzles. Sus! Did you hear that? Vented. The liquid vented from spray nozzles near the bow as a thin sheet of millions of micrometer scale droplets. Hi, Raphael! Raphael, hello and welcome in on YouTube. How you doing today? Wilro, hello. Thanks for paying your Merc tax. All day, we've been reading about the Mass Effect lore and we're almost done. I have a whole other category left, but it's the last category. But we're finishing off ships and vehicles first. So the liquid's vented from spray nozzles near the bow as a thin sheet of millions of micrometer scale droplets. The droplets are caught at the stern and recycled into the system. A droplet system can sink 10 to 100 times as much heat as DRA strips. Droplet sheets resemble a surface ship's wake through the water. The wake peels out in sharp turns, spreading a fan of droplets as the ship changes vectors and leaves the coolant behind. Cool. You're here for some of the reading. Let's go, Raphael. Great to have you, eh? Yeah, you're watching the Super Bowl. Did your team win, Wilro? Oh, bow, as in bowing to show respect. Oh, thank you, PC. Light lag prevents sensing in real time at great distances. This is about sensors, starship sensors. A ship firing its thrusters at the Charon relay can be easily, detected from Earth, 5.75 light hours, or 6 billion kilometers away. But Earth will only see the event 5 hours and 45 minutes after it occurs. Due to the light speed limit, defenders can't see enemies coming until they've already arrived. Because there is faster than light travel and communications, but no faster than light sensors, frigates are crucial for scouting and picket duties. Passive sensors are used for long-range detection, while active sensors obtain short-range, high-quality targeting data. Passive sensors include visual, thermographic, and radio detectors that watch and listen for objects in space. A powered ship emits a great deal of energy. The heat of the light support systems, the radiation given off by power plants and electrical equipment, the exhaust of the thrusters. Christian says hi. PC says hi. He said howdy, howdy. Starships stand out plainly against the near absolute zero background of space. Passive sensors can be used during faster-than-light travel, but incoming data is significantly distorted by the effects of the Mass Effect envelope and Doppler shift. Active sensors are radars and high-resolution ladders, laser detection and ranging, that emit a ping of energy and listen for return signals. Ladars have a narrower field of view than LiDAR. Thank you, species. But LiDAR resolution allows images of detected objects to be assembled. Active sensors are useless when a ship is moving at FTL speeds. Cool. Thanks so kindly for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome into the Mercs. The team that you wanted to did win, which is ironic since it's a rival to your actual team, so that works. Cool. Shock Mall. Let's hear about combat drones. Drones are small robots used to support and supplement organic soldiers on the battlefield. They have no artificial intelligence of any kind, but follow fixed, minimally adaptive programs. Most varieties employ Mass Effect levitation to improve mobility. All modern armies rely on veritable fleets of drones for routine soldiering, static garrisons, patrols, etc. The use of drones in non-critical duties keeps manpower needs down and reduces casualties in low-intensity conflicts. Less advanced races and cultures with less sensitivity to casualties have correspondingly fewer drones in their inventory. Drones are of little use in a conventional open-field battle, as they are poorly armed and armored. Thanks, Shanky. This is one of my favorite suits. Actually, I think it is my favorite suit. Thanks so much. I love it. I love it. So, in addition to combat drones, support drones are used to assist, the game will pop up in a moment, organic units in the field. Reconnaissance drones are small, stealthy craft that screen combat units in the field and warn commanders when enemies are spotted. Electronic warfare drones supplement battlefield technicians, serving as mobile jammers and ELINT, electronic intelligence gathering platforms. Military and civilian police utilize Dazzler drones, equipped with powerful strobe lights to disorient and subdue intruders using non-lethal force. That's so funny. Drone formations are officially referred to as wings, i.e., deploy the 4th assault drone wing on the left flank. Common soldiers often refer to friendly formations as flocks and enemy formations as swarms. Thank you so kindly. Thank you for the follow. Really great to have you, and I hope you're doing well. What's the suit from? It's not from anything in particular. This is just a printed suit that kind of gives Mass Effect, but there is no Mass Effect cosplays out there that are like an actual Mass Effect suit. There's only like N7 hoodies and hats and stuff and helmets. So I just got these, and they just kind of give spacesuit, but they're not actually directly from any game or movie. They just sort of look like they could be maybe in Mass Effect, which is good enough for me. So let's learn about disruptor tornadoes. They're powered projectiles with warheads that create random and unstable Mass Effect fields when triggered. These fields warp space-time in a localized area. The rapid asymmetrical mass changes cause the target to rip itself apart. In flight, torpedoes use a mass-increasing field, making them too massive for enemy kinetic barriers to repulse. This extra mass gives torpedoes very sluggish acceleration, making them easy prey for defensive Guardian weapons. So torpedoes have to be launched at very close range. Torpedoes are the main anti-ship weapon used by fighters. They are launched from point-blank range in ripple-fire waves, reminiscent of the ancient Calliope rocket artillery launchers, thus their popular nickname, Callies. By saturating defensive Guardian systems with multiple targets, at least a few will get through. And the final listing in ships and vehicles, and then we have one category left. A ship's general area defense integration anti-spacecraft network, or Guardian, consists of anti-missile or anti-fighter laser turrets on the exterior hull. Because these are under computer control, the gunnery control officer needs to do little beyond turn the system on and designate targets as hostile. Since lasers move at light speed, they cannot be dodged by anything moving at non-relativistic speeds. Unless the beam is aimed poorly, it will always hit its target. In the early stages of a battle, the Guardian fire is 100% accurate. It's not 100% lethal, but it doesn't have to be. Damaged fighters must break off for repairs. Lasers are limited by diffraction. The beam spreads out, decreasing the energy density, watts per M2, the weapon can place on a target. Any high-powered laser is a short-range weapon. Guardian networks have another limitation: heat. Weapons-grade lasers require cooldown time, during which heat is transferred to sinks or radiators. As lasers fire, heat builds within them, reducing damage, range, and accuracy. Fighters attack in swarms. The first few will be hit by Guardian, but as battle continues, the effects of laser overheat allow the attackers to press ever closer to the ship. Constant use will burn out a laser. Oh, you're so right, Calliope. Whoops, I lied. There's actually 2 more categories, and this one is all about technology. And then the last one is all about weapons, armor, and upgrades. But it's only one. It's only one anyway. Okay. Thanks so much, Todd, for being on the YouTube side of things. Thank you. More lore! Time to learn about biotic amps. Biotics manipulate mass fields using dozens of element 0 nodules within their nervous systems that react to electric stimuli from the brain. Amplifiers allow biotics to synchronize the nodules so they can form fields large and strong enough for practical use. Amplifiers can improve a specific discipline or talent. An implant is a surgically embedded interface port into which amps are plugged in. On humans, the implant is usually placed at the back of the skull for convenient access, though the user must be careful to keep it free of contaminants. Implant ports can fit a variety of amps, and there's a growing market for modifications and add-ons. The finest quality implants and amps are manufactured by Asari artisans, but the Alliance L3 implants, first deployed in 2170, are a significant step forward. And we know that Kaidan from Mass Effect 1 has some outdated implants, I believe. Thanks, Autumn, for sharing in the love of lore, and Todd as well. Thank you for everyone hanging out today. Biotic implants and amplifiers only provide the potential to create coherent mass effect fields. Whether biotics can actually do so is largely determined by their training. Biotics must develop conscious control over their nervous systems, sending specific electrical impulses to the element 0 nodules embedded in their nerves. That's so cool. They are taught to use their implants and amps with biofeedback devices and physical mnemonics. Specific gestures or muscle movements fire the proper sequence of nerves to activate a certain skill. Conatix Industries pioneered biotic training with the Biotic Acclimation and Temperance Training Program. Although BAT did not achieve the desired results, many techniques taught are still used today. Many human think tanks are trying to develop some form of biotic super soldier. Most are benign efforts to create more flexible troops. Other, less publicly known, and unapologetic attempts to create, what is that word? Nietzschean Supermen. I don't know what that means, but I tried to sound it out. Now let's hear about communication technology. Real-time communication is possible thanks to networks of expensive mass relay comm buoys that can daisy chain a transmission via lasers. Comm buoys are maintained in patterns built outward from each mass relay. The buoys are little more Nietzschean? Thanks so much, Infinity. Appreciate the help. These buoys are little more than a cluster of primitive miniature mass relays. Each individual buoy is connected to a partner on another buoy in the network, forming a corridor of low mass space. Friedrich Nietzschean, or Nietzsche was a philosopher. Cool. As in the philosopher. I see, I'm not familiar. Nietzsche's Superman refers to the concept of Overman or Superman. I don't know what that other word is. Introduced by the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. I might be saying it wrong. Still. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Represents an ideal for humanity to strive towards, embodying the qualities of self-overcoming and the creation of one's own values. That's so cool. So, let's see here. Let me make sure this is still Mass Effect music. Seems to be. Reminds me of Minecraft music. Tight beam communication lasers are piped through these tubes of FTL space, allowing virtual instantaneous communication to anywhere on the network. The networks connect across regions by communications lasers through the mass relays. With this system, the only communications delay is the light lag between the source or destination and the closest buoy. So long as all parties remain within half a light second, 150,000 kilometers of buoys, seamless real-time communications are possible. Since buoys are maintained in all traveled areas, most enjoy unlimited instant communication. Ships only suffer communications lag when operating off established deep space routes around uninhabited outer system gas giants and other unsettled areas. Oops. During wartime, comm buoy networks are the first target of attack. Once the network is severed, it can take anywhere from weeks to years to get a message out of a contested system. In systems where a buoy network has not yet been built or has been destroyed, rapid communication means ferrying information through high-speed courier ships and unmanned data drones. Now let's hear about administration. While comm buoys allow rapid transmission, there's a finite amount of bandwidth available. Given that trillions of people may be trying to pass a message through a given buoy at any time, access to the network is parceled out on priority tiers. The Citadel Council and the Spectres have absolute priority. If they are using all the bandwidth, everyone else must wait. Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. Hello. How was stream? How was stream? Here for the lore and so much more. Oh my gosh. Mage, you are continuing your Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. Who are you romancing? If y'all don't know Mage, I've known Mage for a very long time. One of the longest on Twitch that I've known anybody. Mage is so very friendly. It's such an LGBTQIA friendly space there where you can enjoy gameplay, you can enjoy cooking streams. Mage is incredibly talented. Mage creates meals based on your favorite games. Mage often does cooking streams, creating food from video games, creating them IRL. So cool. But right now Mage is playing his first Baldur's Gate 3. Is it your first playthrough, right? Your first Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. And has brought in Sweetened, Unsweetened, hi Daenerys, and Bavazar, and Sloth, hello friends, and Gypsy Lights, welcome. Mage's food always makes you drool, right? Second, it's an honor mode run this time, damn, with no loading back, so cool. I highly recommend that you go and check out the lovely Mage, especially if you like friendly energy, genuine vibes, a mix of content, variety gaming, and cooking, and creativity. So many good things I could say about Mage. Mage is just a sweetie of a human and deserves all the love. So I really appreciate for those of you mercs who may already be following Mage, and folks who decide to go check out his channel. Mage, you're too kind as well. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for sending the raid my way. Yeah, Mage makes food based on video games. Thanks, Todd. And thank you for following Sweetened and Sloth. I really appreciate you. Welcome into the Mercs. My name is Kmerkle if you're meeting for the first time, and if you are returning here, welcome back. I am a silly goober from Canada, and I love playing first playthroughs. I love cosplaying. I love cosplaying, and I'm a lore. So let's get right back into the lore reading. I'm actually almost done. It's been wild. It's been like hours and hours of reading, and I've enjoyed it so much. So much. Mage, you just finished an amazing Baldur's Gate 3 stream. The addiction is real. Please go take care of yourself. Go get that food, that water, that rest, that relaxation. Go do your thing, and I hope you can enjoy the after stream self-care. And thank you so much again if you went to follow Mage. If you're already following Mage, thank you for supporting the wonderful friends who support me. Sounds good. You got that post-stream chaos starting. Have a great night. You too, Mage. Appreciate you so much. And thank you, Mage Raiders, for supporting him and coming on over here. I would love to tell you about the technology in the Mass Effect universe. Right now, we're learning about how the administration works. Hi, Bruce. Hello. What's good? So, we're learning about how there is a limited amount of bandwidth for communications, and we learn that the Citadel Council and the Spectres have the absolute priority. By the way, if you are worried about spoilers for Mass Effect in general, we are reading the Codex for the Mass Effect 1, the first Mass Effect game, and so most of this is just universe building. It shouldn't give you spoilers for the story, although this is the updated Mass Effect near the updated Codex from near the end of the game. But most of it should be world building information, and it shouldn't spoil you for your experience. So if you want to play this game, hear a little bit about the world without spoiling your time, and join us and get a beverage and get a snack, get cozy. Let's hear about it. Lemon! Thanks for paying your Merc tax, Lemon. So, individual governments and their militaries enjoy the next highest tier of available bandwidth. During wartime, civilian communication can suffer hours or even days of lag. Intelligence agencies study ping time through various systems to predict military buildups. What's a Mass Effect? Actually, my reading told me that, and I should really be able to tell you, but I can't, Ruth. I can't. What I can tell you is that the Mass Effect trilogy is an entirely separate universe full of a diverse race of different aliens and a really engaging story full of action and adventure and exploring planets. And I love my first playthrough. It's also a game series that allows you to be good or evil or in between. You like planets, love Mass Effect. Thank you so much, Todd. Yeah, Mage's name. We got Raphael on YouTube wondering how to find Mage. Yeah, his name is Chaotic Good Mage on Twitch. I don't know if Mage is on YouTube. Thanks so much, Todd. You're the best. You're the best around. Even live on one. It'll be a tetralogy soon. Oh my gosh, sweetened. So, where did I leave off? Below the governments and militaries, bandwidth priority is sold to the highest bidder. Media conglomerates, particularly headline news networks, purchase higher priority to provide their viewers with timely information. Corporations that require timely information and response capability, for example, financial institutions and investment firms, also invest heavily in priority access. The funds acquired through sales of bandwidth are to maintain and expand the communications infrastructure. While everyone with a computer has guaranteed free and unlimited access to the galactic extranet, they are last in line for bandwidth and may have to wait for their request to be processed. Bandwidth resale corporations use investment capital to purchase blocks of high priority access made available by paid subscription. Raphael, Twitch. What is Twitch? Twitch is a live streaming platform where streamers live stream gaming, art, chatting, all sorts of content, cooking, but the focus is on live streaming. What's a gaming? But yeah, Twitch is my main platform that I'm on. And we got a cool community over here. It's where you see all the folks chatting above my head from Twitch chat. Yeah, very popular live streaming platform. Okay, let's hear about methodology. Oh, sweet, like what we're doing here. Exactly, Raphael. Really cool things about Twitch, if I could tell you about it. On Twitch, I have a whole bunch of unique channel point rewards that you can spend channel points, which you collect just from hanging out in stream, to redeem fun things that we get to do here. There's also different ways to engage in the community, and there's more folks to chat with over there. And there's just so many more ways to interact with my channel, with the stream and my content. And you're all good, Raphael. We're happy to answer questions. There's also even more things like completely optional. My content is all free. However, there's an option to subscribe and unlock emotes over here, and use sound commands and stuff like that. Let's go, Treasure Quarian! Thanks for the on-screen celebration with biddies. What does this heart button do? Bruce! Oh my gosh! Thanks so much for the follow. Thank you so kindly. Let's go, Raphael. Let's go. So, as the population of the galaxy increases and new worlds are settled, timely access for home users and frontier settlements... Oh my god, PC. With underdeveloped communication infrastructures is a growing problem. To ameliorate, is that how you say? Bandwidth issues, a sophisticated array of data caches and virtual intelligence search agent programs are available. When a user submits a query, it's first routed to the data cache on their colony or star system. At the cache, the user's search agent VI collates mountains of locally stored data to find the desired material. If the information is not available locally, the query is passed along to neighboring systems, and then outward in an expanding network. VI search agents in those systems replicate the search. If the desired information is found, it's compressed into a burst file and queued for transmission to the source system. The burst is assigned a priority based on the number of queries for it. The greater the number of queries, the higher the priority. When a new solar system is first connected to the net, a selection of the most popular data is installed locally. Though storage hardware is cheap, the capability required to hold all the data produced every day by trillions of people on hundreds of worlds is not trivial. It's not economical to store local copies of all the data available on obscure topics, just in case. As colonies mature, older and less popular chunks of data filter into them as a result of queries and are placed into the local archive. Searches for obscure topics are increasingly likely to produce instant results as the archive grows. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now let's read about credits, which is Mass Effect's money system. Also, did I say hello, Jim, by the way? Dropping well wishes and heading to bed. Amazed I still have more lore to read. I know, right? I'm on the second last one. If you have any raid suggestions for me, feel free to send them in my whispers, but no pressure. Just finished streaming, I think. I don't know. You didn't tell me if you were streaming. I only assumed. Were you playing Kenshi or were you playing Fallout New Vegas today, Ad Noctum streams are super chill and friendly and cozy, and Ad Noctum is one of my best friends. Super cool bean, and we're doing some co-op later this year. So if you don't want to miss co-op with my friend Ad, where we'll be playing Little Nightmares 3 together among some other games, consider dropping him a follow, and also check out his challenge runs on Twitch and YouTube if that interests you. Yeah, I noticed you've been hanging out for a while, Jim. I'm so sorry I missed you. Or if I'm glad he didn't, I guess. That's essentially a strategy used today for video transmission for streaming services like Netflix. Instead of search results, they tend to store popular videos or videos requested specifically otherwise, right? You were playing some Kenshi, got in a little one before you got super sleepy, and you have another co-op idea for me? Yes, hit me up. Hit up my DMs. There are caches of vids near me. Aw, Catastrophes, that's so sweet of you to say. Thanks for the follow. Welcome into the stream and welcome into the Mercs. I hope you're taking care and doing really well today. Or if not, that your day gets better, eh? So the standard credit was established by the Citadel's Unified Banking Act as the currency of interstellar trade. The credit has a managed floating exchange rate calculated in real time by the central bank to maintain the average value of all participating currencies. Some regional currencies are worth more than a credit and some less. Hard currency can be stolen or counterfeited, so electronic fund transfers are the norm. More importantly, physical transactions cannot be easily tracked, making them ideal for tax evasion or the purchase of illegal goods. When the Alliance joined the Citadel, its various national treasuries were linked into the credit network. A human with a bank account of Mexican pesos, Japanese yen, or Indian rupees can purchase any item priced in credits at fair market value. All economies that participate in the credit network are required to price items in both local currency and credits. Thank you for everything, Ad. And the final entry. And I have read the entire Codex live on stream. Finally, we've made it to weapons, armor, and equipment. And we're going to learn about upgrades. The development of practical manufacturing omni-tools allows modern militaries a great deal of flexibility in equipment loadouts. A vast number of field modification kits, or upgrades, are available for common equipment such as weapons, armor, omni-tools, biotic amps, and even grenades. An upgrade kit typically consists of less than a dozen unique parts and an optical storage disk. When loaded into an omni-tool, the OSD provides all technical specifications required to manufacture the tools and additional parts necessary to install the upgrade onto another piece of equipment. Assembly is typically modular, and installation can be completed in less than a minute. Since Omni tools are designed to use common battlefield salvage materials, such as plastics, ceramics, and light metals rendered into semi-molten Omni gel for quick use, it's quite possible for a trained soldier carrying upgrade kits to customize gear on the battlefield to fit the current tactical situation. And that is the entire Codex. We have read the entire Codex of Mass Effect 1 together. And it's time for us to find somewhere to raid and end our stream here. Thank you so much. If you caught the stream, whether on Twitch or on YouTube, thank you so much for watching or for catching the VOD. I really appreciate all of the wonderful support. If you were watching us over on YouTube, I'm currently pushing for unlocking YouTube memberships, and I have only a few more public watch hours required to unlock those. I really appreciate all your help towards that. Subscribing, smashing that like button on my video, and watching my playlists are all things that help immensely with me getting towards that, but no pressure for that sort of thing. I'm just really thankful that you are enjoying my content and really glad to have you a part of things. So, without further ado, let's end off the YouTube live stream. Twitch folks, would you say bye YouTube and wish our YouTube crew a good night? And YouTube crew, if you wanted to say goodbye to our Twitch friendos, I'll send your love along. Todd says, have a good one over from YouTube. Thanks so much, Mercs, for saying bye YouTube. Raphael says, bye Twitch! Zartrin says, bye YouTube and Twitch, and Striker says, bye! Treasure Corian says, bye Twitch side. Let's end off our YouTube stream. I'll see you in the next one. I'll see you tomorrow, actually, for more Mass Effect 2. Until then, take care.